Hello and welcome to the Yerky Boys. May the Kandrona shine and strengthen you. My name is Will.
My name is Jonathan.
And we are
the Yerky Boys.
Oh man, this is book 54. This is the beginning, the very beginning of our podcast.
That's right. The beginning released in May, the year 2001.
And that's when it all began, baby.
Yeah, this is the beginning. Back to the beginning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's a momentous occasion.
Yeah, welcome.
Listen, thank you for joining us this week. If it's your first time listening, or if you're one of those people who you just listen to the big episodes, you know, the books that you really care about, I get it. But come on. Go back and listen to some more of the old ones, too. And while you're at it, sign up for our Patreon at patreon.com/theyerkyboys. You're going to want to when you hear this episode because it's so good. You're going to be knocking down doors to give us money.
That's right. Even though we're done with the books for now, there's still a whole TV show to give us money for.
Yes, let us assure you, as we will talk about next week on our season finale episode, there is more podcast to come, months of it, believe it or not. There's something for you to look forward to. It's not over yet, but for these books that we've been reading for the past many weeks, over a year and a half, roughly, we're now finally at the end of this saga.
And for you, this is a big deal because this means that for the first time in podcast history, you know everything that happened in the books.
That's right. You and I are now at parity. We are. I don't know. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's right.
We have
pairs.
The same. I mean, you have retained more of it still, but theoretically, on paper, we have access to the same level of knowledge about this series.
Yeah, I can now say whatever I want. You can now write in whatever you want to our podcast, and you should, so that we can read it on the air in our season recap, series recap next week. Email us. Where is it?
Oh, it was such a seamless transition, and then you fumbled it at the last second.
Right? I don't remember where they're supposed to email us.
It's really hard to remember. It's only the name of our show at gmail.com. I mean,
it could have been the yerkyboys.com/gmail.
Right. Yes. Many email addresses are that.
That was what I was thinking is the problem.
It's not. In fact, it's theyerkyboys@gmail.com. Now, we already have a few emails that came in from some of our loyal listeners. You know who you are. Some of them are, well, at least one of them is quite long. We're going to figure out how we're going to tackle that one next week. Because this is just such a big episode. And we are probably going to spend longer than usual, which is saying something, discussing it.
Yeah.
All those emails are going to be diverted to next week. That's when we're going to be talking about not only this book, but the last 5 or 6 books, and also really kind of the whole series as we look back at it all. So any thoughts that you have on any of that kind of final broad overview type of thoughts, mail them in now. This is your last warning.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll also post on the Reddit too. We'll get some Reddit thoughts.
We'll get there, yeah. I'm glad we remembered to do that. There was a high likelihood that we would have forgotten. Every time we don't have show business, and we can't do show business because we don't have time. Anyway, when you see the length of this episode, rest assured this is not an April Fool's joke. This is the real deal.
I want to say this too before anything else happens.
Mm-hmm.
I feel as though, because I know we have this season recap coming up next episode, it's difficult for me to know where the line is of what I should save for that episode in regards to the ending of this series and my overall thoughts in the series versus what makes sense to discuss now here. I don't want to hold things back necessarily, but I also think that maybe there's a, I don't know if you have thoughts on this. Like there's a time and a place for certain aspects.
Hmm.
How do we separate that out?
Yeah, I don't know. I just
You
figure,
don't have thoughts.
listen, I don't really have thoughts. Just if we have thoughts on this book, we'll say them now. If we have thoughts on just the conclusion, maybe we say it, but very, very broad overview, we'll just figure it out as it comes.
Well,
Because
I
I'm
have
sure there will be
an
plenty more to
idea.
say next episode either way. Oh, did you have an idea?
Yeah. Well, I thought maybe it makes sense to just. I want to. I think we will talk about this book in this episode, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
The way that I was thinking of it was anything that's not in this book. So, for instance, things that I maybe wish happened differently or wish were in it that weren't or were. I mean, I'm sure this line will be blurry, but that's kind of what I'm thinking is like I want to save for next week is the like what wasn't there that I wish was or should have been or something like that. Like I want to more focus on less on the theoretical and the wishy-washy silly ramblings and more like let's just focus on the actual text here, the words we're reading, how do they work, what do they mean, what are we
Yeah, I
doing?
have so much to say about what is in this book that I think there will be no problem going way over time without even talking about what isn't.
You
So,
may have more. No, I mean, I had a lot of. Look, I'm not going to. I certainly wrote a lot of notes. In fact, is it the most notes I've ever written? I don't know.
I might have written more notes than ever, and I held back so much from this because like
So
it's the
much?
end of the series. So much. I know, like I already know most of what I want to say about this book, because the so much of my thoughts on the series like are baked into like the conclusion and like all the stuff that it's dealing with. So I didn't have to write most of my thoughts down. And yet still somehow this might be the most notes I've written for any book.
Yeah, the way I sort of had a similar experience coming, but from a different direction, which is usually the notes that I write down are things that I want to make sure I remember, often because they're kind of fresh reactions to what's happening, and I want to capture that moment in time. But in this book, so much of it is important that it's like I don't need to write as much down because I know we will dissect every sentence and those things will come to my head. So I'm not worried about losing them because it's like I don't need to write a note on this chapter because I know we're going to talk about it. I know we're going to have a 15-minute discussion on this chapter. It's
Yeah,
going to
I
get
mean
done.
this has got to be like the densest main series book except for maybe the first. Cuz the first like there's just so much that happens in this.
Yeah, the only books that maybe I had more notes on would be a Chronicles book.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, certainly main series. This is our biggest, most. I mean, what do you expect? It's the last one. It's the other than the first book. It is the most important book, right? It has to
Mhm.
be,
Yeah,
kind of,
for sure. It's got to be. Yeah.
in some sense at least. I don't know. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. If, I feel like maybe we just get into it now. I feel like maybe we get started. I'm ready to jump in.
Yeah, all right. I think we can jump right in then. With the cover, of course. If this is your first time listening to this podcast because you're just checking out what we have to say about the end, we do have to talk about the cover for probably a good 30 minutes before we can actually jump in. But
Well,
we're
this is our
dipping our
last
toes.
chance. This is our last
That's
chance to
right.
talk about a cover. I'm gonna
Wow.
miss it so much.
I don't really have much to say about this cover. We could probably move on.
Now I gotta say, listeners know I said I knew what this cover was. I had
Mhm.
seen it already. It's kind of not true. I kind of had glanced at it. Now that I'm looking at it, I think I had seen thumbnails or maybe seen it like in a bookstore or something, but I didn't quite realize how detailed it is. I didn't really
Mm.
take it in until right now. Should we? Do you want to say what it is, or?
Yeah, I mean, so we've got all of the Animorphs in side profile. They are like superimposed over each other, getting Does this? They're getting larger as you go back. So you kind of got like a giant Jake head, and then like a smaller Rachel head, and then and so on and so forth. So you can kind of see all of their eyes and noses. They're very grayed out, darkened out, but the details are there. And then there's they're all silhouetted in white, as though they're backlit.
You're right. It's as if they're standing side by side at an angle, except they also get bigger.
Yeah, there's some Lord of the Rings perspective trickery going on or something.
That's right. Peter Jackson stepped in to guest direct this cover. I'm trying to. I feel like there is, I feel like there's an icon that's you see sometimes of a head. I don't know what I'm thinking of that this kind of reminds me of. I guess it just looks like a generic side profile silhouette, like you would see as clip art of person face. You know what I mean? What the fuck am I talking about? This is a disaster already. What a bad start to this important episode.
It's fine. This can be a bad episode. No one cares.
It's kind of a trippy effect. They're absorbing each other.
Mm-hmm.
They are not morphing into. This is not Axe morphing into Jake, and along the way he turns into Cassie.
No.
This is just all the Animorphs together. So is this our only non-morphing cover? Yes. I mean, technically
for the main series, yeah.
Well, technically, Jake does not actually morph into his 25-year-old self.
That's true, yeah. But it is using the morphing technique, artistic whatever thing that David Mattingly uses.
Well put. Yes, it is doing that. So we have, who is this from left to right? We have Jake, Rachel, Marco. No, Tobias is in the middle.
I think that's supposed to be Tobias. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Marco's long lashes over there.
Mm-hmm.
Then Cassie, Marco, and Axe. Looking very. I will say it looks even more photorealistic, if that makes sense, than the covers usually do. I mean, they are like drawn from photos and everything, but this just looks more like, especially Axe in the foreground. He's really three-dimensional. Like you can see his eye stalks fully with like depth and shading to them that I don't think you normally see.
Yeah, same with his shoulder. It's done entirely with just different shading here, but you can definitely see that it's there. Do you think some of it is the fact that it's grayed out and there's, you know what I mean, like the details have that darkened effect to them that almost it makes it like you're paying more attention to subtler things in the image?
Yeah. Usually they're very brightly lit, so to speak, and this one is kind of shadowy. Look at those chins on these kids.
An interesting sentence.
Would you look at the chins on these kids, folks? Folks, the chins.
Not what I was thinking here.
The chins on these kids.
I mean, Jake's got kind of a chin.
He does. It's
right?
He has a very pronounced chin, but Axe has got a pretty strong chin as well, I think.
Mm-hmm. Why do Andalites have chins?
Why? I mean, why do they have anything?
They don't have jaws, right?
Why do they have extra eyes? I don't know. Why are their ears pointy? These questions don't have answers.
But like the pointy ear might have something to do with how their hearing and the eye stalks are, so that they could why is the skull shaped like there should be a mouth there?
I think it's it was evolutionary development because it's more attractive.
Listen, I'm an Andalite phrenologist, and I'm very interested in the skull shapes of Andalites. Okay, so
yeah.
Like I have to look at these things.
I get that because I'm a human phrenologist, so I understand that perspective. Mm-hmm. I don't really understand. It looks almost to me like Marco and Axe's heads are the same size, and then Cassie gets a big leap.
Does it?
I guess Marco's is a little bigger. I guess. If you didn't look at the top of his head, you could think they were just standing like a little bit apart. You know what I mean?
Mm.
That's where Cassie looks like a much bigger face.
Sure. I suppose. Why not?
Anyway,
I don't
it's
know that I
interesting.
agree with this. One question you might
The
have
listeners agree.
looking
Oh yeah,
with this is
yeah,
how do they do the flip book inside?
yeah. I wasn't going to ask that, but sure.
Right, because normally it morphs, right?
Right.
So
There's
there's
a
no
little
morphing. So
flip
what are they
book
doing?
animation in the corner of every
Yeah,
page where you can see the morph. Yeah.
yeah. So in this one, it starts off with the image on the cover, and then they slowly fade out one by one. So Axe fades out, and then Marco, and then Cassie, until at the very end, it's just Jake's face.
Mm. Just like in the book, in that order, they all leave.
I don't think that's the order, but something.
Yeah, yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
at the very end, Jake's face phases out too,
And then
fades
what appear?
away.
And then appears in turns into David, the
Yes,
Drode.
that's correct.
It's interesting to look at the hair in the on the back too. You can see really the detail on the back of Jake's head, and I guess it's Rachel's hair that's taking up the bulk of the back half of this cover here on the third try vision.
Kind of a shame that Marco cut his hair so early in the series, because now we only have one long-haired Animorph to break up the silhouette.
Yes, and so did Tobias also, by the way, don't forget.
Sure, but it wasn't like long before.
It was long-ish, I would say.
I
Come on, it
guess,
was
but
longish.
it wouldn't do that like flowing whatever.
Yeah,
It's all
well,
good.
we're gonna see when we get to the TV show how I think those actors also affect my perception of these characters.
Mm-hmm. They might
um,
redo it for you.
yeah. I mean, these are the new models who I have been on record many times as saying that I hate. Fortunately, you can't see them that clearly in this picture, so it's not as offensive. So it doesn't bother me as aggressively here.
That's nice.
Yeah,
One change with this book.
Tobias should
So
be a bird. Fuck this human. Anyway, go on.
I actually, you know what? No, that's a relevant point. I 100% agree with that.
It should have been
I,
all the humans, then Axe, and then Tobias as a bird in front.
yeah, yeah,
Or
you're
maybe
right.
he's in the back and it's just a big ass beak.
I think it works for Jake to be in the back. Yeah, no, why? Tobias isn't a kid. What are we talking about here? He's a bird.
You were saying?
This is bullshit. Well, I
You
was
were
talking
saying
about
something?
something far more interesting than birds, which was that ever since the TV series started, there's this Watch Animorphs on TV logo that got put on the books, even though I'm pretty sure by this point the TV series ended. So in
Mm-hmm.
this one, they don't have it on the front cover for the first time since they started doing that. It is on the back cover for some reason.
Huh. That must have been an argument behind the scenes. KA was like, don't sully my final cover.
Yeah, right? Like, it has to be something like that. Like, this is going to be the iconic cover. It's the ending. It's got the silhouette. It can't have a dumb Watch Animorphs on TV on it.
And also, the book's over, so what are you even advertising? Just let it go. We're done.
Right?
Yeah.
Also on the back, it says the extraordinary conclusion to the best-selling Animorphs in like big bold text.
Yeah, we
It's
do not have at the top a doesn't say the countdown is over now.
No, yeah, it doesn't say the count. The clock is at 0. The count is done.
Which is probably for the best. I really like the logo, which has this nice what you would in Photoshop you would call the outer glow effect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, part of me I like it because I could have just done that and that makes me feel good. But it has a nice, it looks like angelic. It looks like this Animorphs logo is sent down from heaven.
And it works well with, since you're looking at pictures online, I don't know always how obvious it is that the text is like shiny, right? Like the text material is kind of reflective. So the word Animorphs in the box already has that shine. So they put that outer glow behind it, and it kind of, works with that effect.
That's nice.
Yeah.
This quote.
Quote says, "It began with 6, it will end with 5, dot, dot, dot." So we got a 3 daughter. to end off here.
Very disappointing for the final cover.
Mm-hmm.
Hate that.
Well, the inner cover might save it a little.
I mean, it's, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but kind of a spoiler title. But I want to talk about that, but I sort of want to wait a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about it, but it's not really that much of a spoiler. I mean, I will just say going in, we found out in Elemist Chronicles that an Animorph was going to die.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think you probably memory hold that to avoid spoiling yourself. Because otherwise you might start wondering or guessing, which would be a problem. But, if you were a kid at the time, you were spending a lot of time being like, which Animorph is it? And so, like, when the final book says that, it's like, all right, here it is. And I do think probably if you're a kid at this point, you know who it is. And if you're listening, you probably know who it is. But, like, I don't think that was... I think people knew that going in.
Yeah, this is what one of the things I was thinking about as I read this book was, I in hindsight, I get it is, especially after reading 53. It's really 53 combined with the Elemist Chronicles. It's kind of like, I mean, yeah, the Elemist Chronicles. It's kind of like, yeah, I guess it's pretty obvious. But but it's, I don't know. I didn't really, I still didn't for me. And, I had a week in between as opposed to when you have months and months to be thinking about this stuff as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still, like, I was like, oh yeah, I guess if you were a kid reading this, it wasn't really a surprise at all. And I'm curious, like, how that affected things, but we'll save that, I think.
Yeah. And the listeners know that you hate spoiling anything, including to yourself. So, like, you are, actively forgetting stuff if you think it might be foreshadowing.
Yeah.
That's just how your brain works. I get it. It makes sense.
That's why I hardly listen to anything you say, because what if you spoil something one of your opinions? I don't want to hear it until I'm ready.
That's true. Well, now you can listen to me finally, if you want.
Fine. And this, you know what? This is the first episode where I think I will listen to what you say.
Wow. High honor.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. I mean, damn. Wow. I mean, it's a cool cover. It's different. It's bold. It stands out. It makes you go, hey, this isn't just your everyday average book. It's not fucking... They didn't just have Jake turn it into a goddamn hedgehog or some shit. It's...
God, that would have been so good for the final book.
And they didn't just do... I'm sure at one point someone must have pitched, like, should we have all 6 of them just small turning into something? Or,
yeah, I'm sure.
Or should we do, like, they each do their classic battle morph or something right here for us?
Are there any, like, alternate language versions? Sometimes the other countries had, like, different covers. Did anybody do something crazy for that, or?
No, the only thing I'm seeing on Seropedia here is, like, slightly different, like, they might have... altered. Actually, the French one is kind of interesting. It looks like there's less detail. Maybe that's just the scan, though. It looks like it's more a darker, like more silhouettes.
Yeah. And the French, recall, are the ones that didn't put any books between 47 and 52 inclusive were not in the French one for some reason.
Maybe. So I think that's kind of what I thought this cover was more like just their silhouettes. And now it's interesting to see it. I'm like, oh, there's a lot of detail on it, actually. But yeah. Also, it looks like there was at some point they sold the 53 and 54 as a combo book.
Was it a combo, like, single book, or was it like a package, like, wrapped together at the book fair or whatever?
I don't know. It says 53, 54 UK cover, and the front says 2 books in one, the answer and the beginning.
Wow. So if you were in England,
jolly old,
then you could have this book. And, this is the sort of thing that I would ask our listeners to find for us. But actually, if you live in England, I don't know if I want you listening to this. This is the only thing.
Oi, what's that, mate? You got something against old England?
Well, when you put it like that.
It's me, British Pete, and I listen to every episode of Animorphs, and I love them Animorphs. In it?
Yep, in it. That's right.
Oi, bugger off, mate. Oh, come on. All right. What?
Every time you do that, I feel like you're straddling the line. You want so badly to go into, like, your Crocodile Dundee voice.
I have never really been able to do a British or an Australian accent without at some point doing the other. It's always...
Well, that's just because you're doing... When you do your Beatles, it works, because you're very specifically... Yeah.
Right. It's a Liverpool...
I mean, when the Beatles show up, is what I mean. When they show up, they...
Wait, let's be careful, because if you say it 3 times, they might.
Mm-hmm.
I see also here on Seropedia is a scan of an ad from Walden Kids. It has the cover of the book, says the final Animorphs is here, has that quote about the 6 and the 5. And then they clearly have just a generic quote and synopsis underneath it. For some reason, right underneath it began with 6 and will end with 5. It says, try concentrating on math when you're thinking you have to turn into a termite and sneak into a heavily defended building. Good luck.
That's from book 9. What are we talking about?
Clearly they just picked that and never changed it.
I might have seen that. Like, I was buying these at Walden.
Wow. Were you a kid?
I was a kid.
Wow.
I guess I wasn't that much of a kid anymore by the time.
Well, no, you were 36, right?
A kid at heart.
Yeah. Anyway, it's got to be one of the best covers. I mean, it stands out. It's one of the ones that I think you might want to print of, and it's a nice one because it sums it all up. It's got them all on there. I like it more than I think any of the Megamorphs covers too.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The Megamorphs are mostly... I mean, I like the Megamorphs 4, but a lot of it has to do with, like, the actual, like, physicality of the printing, which I think I talked about then. Yeah, it's definitely better than the Megamorphs. It's hard for me to say that it's better than the regular Animorphs, but it is different, which makes it stand out. Like, you know what I mean?
Think
like,
it's got to be in the top 10.
Yeah, for sure. Because even the regular Animorphs covers, when they're... if they're morphing and it looks really good, that's kind of dragged down by being basically the same cover as the ones where they're morphing and it looks really bad. Like at a certain point, you're kind of numb to it.
True. This is like the Criterion edition cover of Animorphs. This is the playbill. This is like a classy.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's classy. Classy is the word for the cover.
Yeah. Classy like Cassie. This would be a good t-shirt. I'm sure someone must have put this on a shirt at some point.
We could put Yerky Boys on it and sell merch.
Yeah, it could be our heads just alternating.
Yeah, that's something people would want to wear for sure.
Okay, should we talk about the inside cover? 30 minutes in, should we move on?
It's almost time to get to the inside cover here. All right.
You know what? Let's read some of these emails. We got time. Why not?
Inside cover quote is, "It's the beginning of the end. ... for daughter." So for the final book, we get a little bit of both.
Okay, sure. Now here's an inside cover that I don't like it.
Yeah, now you got to look at all the new models straight on rather than profile.
Yes, they are all.
Yeah,
they are floating heads in space, staring at the reader. I don't really know what's happening. Why are Jake and Marco wrapped up in golden feathers? Like, what is that?
That's Rachel's hair.
Oh, that's Rachel's hair.
It's flowing behind her.
I could not tell that at all. I thought they had weird yellow tornadoes like Tasmanian Devil, or they were turning into the Mask or something. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big Rachel with flowing hair in the middle, and then there's the rest of them are kind of, I don't know, orbiting her. They kind of look like they should be rotating around her, don't they?
Yes.
Like it's some shitty old Flash animation. You got the cutouts and you're just moving them.
It's a screensaver. And it bounces around your screen. I mean, I understand why Rachel's in the middle here, but it does kind of just seem like, why not just make it be Jake? I don't know. But whatever. Rachel's fucking looking like she just snorted some fucking spice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I was noticing that. Like, she's got the eyes in this one.
They're
like
blue as hell.
They're extremely blue. I didn't... is that true on her last cover? Can you even tell?
I don't think they have ever been that blue before. Them some blue eyes.
Yeah, they might have touched that up. Spice Rachel.
And
Cassie, though.
I was going to say, Cassie looks like she's 40 on this cover.
What is her expression? She has an intense expression.
God, there's an actress. Like, I can picture a specific actress who I feel like she reminds me of in that photo. Come on. Now, I don't like the tone that you just took with that.
What tone am I taking?
Let's just move on. I don't like this Jake. He's looking like a little like Jonathan Taylor Thomas, but like not hot. I really fucking don't like him at all.
You mean what the hell's his name? Fuck. I gotta study up or I'll get stumped.
You gotta give me a hint.
Stump the buff comes.
I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to say.
You know, the guy from book 12.
Jeremy Jason McCall.
Yes, that's right.
Uh-oh, I already stumped the buff. Looks like I'm one up on you. Yeah, that is what I meant. So I'm not as big a fan of this inside cover. It's kind of creepy. This also would make a funny t-shirt though, because it kind of has vibes of like a wolf shirt.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like a wolf shirt. Except, I mean, inside you have 6 wolves.
Yeah,
one's Rachel and the other 5 are not Rachel.
Maybe we already made this joke a year ago, but how can we get a t-shirt with Cassie and a wolf, like a wolf shirt, but one of them's Cassie? Come on,
that's a good idea. I would wear that.
Oh yeah, that would be sick. That'd be sick as hell. I want to punch this fucking Tobias model in the face. I hate him so much. Is he crying, or is that just... No, I think that's just a mark on the Seropedia scan.
Yeah, I think that's also Rachel's hair. I'm looking at it close here.
Oh my god. Rachel, get your fucking hair out of the way. It's everywhere. I thought Jake and Marco were like ascending into angelic beings or something. I don't know what the fuck's going on. You golden-haired little shit. All right.
The inner cover here, they usually, we've gone over this. They usually have a blurb, an excerpt from the book. So the excerpt here is technically from this book, but it is also it's the part that repeats the bookends of the Ellimist Chronicles. So this could just be straight out of the Ellimist Chronicles, and it also does not have any names in it. So, yeah.
I guess that's good. I mean, it's good to kind of remind people of that, and it doesn't actually spoil anything.
Yeah, I mean, it does... Listen, the book is all in on like, an Animorph's gonna die, which,
yeah,
I guess...
Sweet.
Yeah, this is, I guess, part of the marketing. How's it gonna end? Who's gonna die? Da-da-da.
It's not enough to just say it's the finale. You must also tell them someone's dead.
Yeah.
Get in here, kids.
Someone's dying.
Parents, buy this for your children. A child will die.
Any of you kids want to see a dead Animorph?
Oh, you've seen that before. Anything we need to say about, the author or the dedication, any of that stuff in our last book, Last Chance?
I mean, author is K. Applegate.
And Michael Grant, of course.
Yep. Dedication is the same as it normally is. There's nothing special. There's nothing to be said. I think we have finally finished this cover.
All right. Well, stay tuned for next week. Nah, come on. Come
on. He got you though. You have to admit he got you. Come on, don't pretend that you weren't fooled.
So I thought it was interesting in this book how it was basically just a straight word for word reprint of The Invasion.
Because you accidentally read the beginning instead
Yeah, I accidentally read. You told me read the beginning, so that's what I did. Whoops. Okay.
All right.
We're having fun. We're having fun. Everyone at home is having fun. We're all having a good time. What is this? Oh. Sorry. Before we move too far from the cover, Seropedia also has, I guess because the cover is a reference to this, the cover of a Rolling Stones greatest hits album, Hot Rocks, which is the members of the Rolling Stones in this same pattern with their faces silhouetted against each other with Mick Jagger in the back.
You said this reminded you of something and you couldn't figure out what it is. Is that what you were thinking of? Because when you say that, I think, you know what? I think I have seen that image.
No, I was thinking of something like much stupider, but yeah, maybe I've seen this. I don't know if I have, but I guess it has to be a direct reference, which is honestly kind of makes the cover less cool.
I have to wonder, do you think that's a David Mattingly decision? Because it feels like a K.A. Applegate decision. We should do a Rolling Stones thing.
Well, they did. Of course, Rolling Stones have played a part in Animorphs before in Andalite Chronicles.
That's true.
So it's not out of nowhere. Don't give me that tone. It was a good insight.
Okay, you're right. You're insightful.
That's what the listeners are here for.
You make connections.
Damn right. Every day on the New York fucking Times website.
All right. So who remembers how last book ended? Anybody?
Oh. My hand's up.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah. Do you remember? How did the last book end?
They put Rachel on a ship with Tom, and everyone else was on the pool ship. And they took it over, and Eric was being a little bitch about it.
Yeah, that's basically right. Jake killed a whole bunch of Yerks. Mm-hmm. Rachel's on the Blade ship. It's like a suicide mission thing. They opened up comms. Everybody's looking at each other. You got it. Full points.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. What, you grade kids on just raising their hands?
What?
Weird
no,
class.
No. You answered. You gave a full answer. You got full marks for your answer.
Yeah, but usually in class, you don't raise your hand and answer, and the teacher says A+ to you. Like, where's that written down?
I'm asking you to read off what you have written for the assignment.
Oh. You should.
Presumably you did do the assignment.
Well, yes, but I just...
You didn't just bullshit it.
No, but we're not handing it in today, right? Like, you just... Because I answered it.
Well, We'll talk about this after class.
Oh. Sounds kind of sexy now. All right, let's do it. Come on.
Okay, so Tom has hailed the pool ship. Rachel's sneaking around, and Tom sees that the Animorphs are not dead. And so, okay, we've got open comms. They can all see each other.
Oh, shit.
And Jake...
I forgot to get my Kindle. Keep talking. I'm going to go get it.
Gives the order for Rachel to attack. I cannot believe you right now. Are you serious?
It's fine. I got it. Keep going.
Jake gives the order for Rachel to attack. And this is where the last book left off. So Rachel turns into a bear and she attacks. And like immediately she like tears Tom open, right? And the other Yerks, they're afraid to they don't want to fire their Dracon beams on the bridge because they might damage the ship, so they all start morphing animals as well. Tom morphs into a snake to heal his injuries and try to escape, and Rachel turns and is face to face with all the other Yerks who are in battle morphs. She is staring down 2 lionesses, a Cape buffalo, and a polar bear. Rachel, because she's a badass, she completely fucks up the polar bear immediately, but she's getting beaten on by the others. She's starting to bleed out and lose focus. You know, her bear is dying and Tom is getting away. Rachel talks to Tobias through the comms and asks him to, guide her as to where and when to strike, and she manages to grab Tom in her mouth and she bites him in half and kills him. Rachel demorphs to human, so as to not die as a bear, still with Tom the snake in her mouth. The polar bear has remorphed at this point, and she is surrounded by all these animals. And we have this scene where Rachel looks up at the screen of all of her fellow Animorphs looking on. She tells Tobias that she loves him, and then the polar bear kills her. And this is where we get our repeat of the bookends from the Ellimist Chronicles. We see her raging at the Ellimist, her asking the Ellimist what the fuck his deal is, and then again she asks that question, was her life worth it? And he says yes, and then Rachel dies for good. So that's the first couple chapters of this book.
Moment of silence.
That's our moment of silence for Rachel.
Well, I would have done a full minute, but I guess you aren't as respectful.
You said a moment. You didn't say a minute.
A moment is a synonym for minute.
It's not.
Yes, in this context, it's 60 seconds.
No, I don't think so. Listen, listeners, you can pause the podcast for 60 seconds.
If I said, hey, I'll see you in a couple of moments, that's 120
nobody would say
seconds. That. Sure, I would. I say it all the time. I say it all the time.
If you said see you in a moment, right, that could be, that's just a short length of time. When you say a moment of silence, you're supposed to declare when it's up, but I declared for you because I don't trust you.
I think I know what's happening here. We're deflecting. We're trying to start some shit and distract ourselves because we're afraid because if we talk about this, it's going to make it really real, and we're going to have to confront our feelings and really deal with it. And I don't think that's healthy, and I think we should recognize that. And I think we should try to move forward, put these petty differences aside.
That's not what Rachel would have wanted.
No, Rachel would have wanted us to kick the shit out of each other.
That's right.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. How did you just read this for the first time?
Mm-hmm. It's true.
What was your experience?
I mean, this book, it's heavy right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Right out of the gate. We have this dynamic, not dynamic is not the right word. We have this, I think they frame it as such, if not here, then later on, but I think it's here, of Jake and Rachel as kind of being, they're the only two Animorphs who are truly willing to make sacrifices to get things done. Whether it be themselves or their loved ones, or, just hurting the other Animorphs or people that they care about.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this is, at a certain point, they're the two that are the most willing to say, this is a war. If we want to win, we gotta get some shit done. It's not going to be all. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be all cinnamon buns and David Letterman.
I would argue that Marco is similar, but Marco is actually less likely to make the personal sacrifice. He's more likely to make the sacrifice of others.
That's true. It's also just less. They just don't give him as many opportunities to do that. Usually, if anything, he's just like, yeah, Jake, I think you're right. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's true. But it's also, Jake and Rachel are cousins. So you have this link between them, this similarity that they share. I like that we start this book with the same scene as before, but from Rachel's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not, I don't think that's something we've ever seen in the series.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
It's kind of cool.
I think that is new for them for sure.
I don't know. I mean, we might spend an hour just on this section right here.
Here's the thing about this is that, there's sections in this book where I was just like, so this is, I could summarize this very quickly and then we could spend an hour on it. We'll see what happens.
Look, I mean, Rachel's dead. We have to,
yes, Rachel is dead.
We have to dwell on this. I'm going to say this. I should have said this never mind. Mm-hmm. I thought maybe there's a chance we might have to split this into 2 episodes or something. If that's true, we can edit it later and I'll tell people, but we're going to try to get through it. We're going to get through it in one sitting. It's only whether or not the listeners will be subjected to it in one sitting.
If you're dying, we can split it up, but we can do some
No. I'm here for the long haul, baby. This is it.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the scene is powerful. I think the scene is incredibly powerful. I think it's emotional. I think it hits really hard. Um, it's written in a way that gives like power to her moment of death in a way that is deserved. Right. You can imagine that this could be written in a way where it feels kind of just like, oh, so she's just dead now? Like what the hell? Like what is that? And that's not what this is, right? The scene it hits you. It's a gut punch, right? You feel it.
You do. You do. I'm going to say this right now. Doesn't it feel very dramatic and important when I say stuff like that?
It does, yeah.
Instead of just saying what I want to say, I go, I'm going to say something. And now everyone has to listen.
Yeah.
That's
I was
that's
hoping
called
you'd
a
say
power
something
move.
like that.
Yeah. This is a little tip for people who, how to win friends and influence people. That's sort of a thing.
Hmm.
There are multiple parts of this book where I cried.
That's reasonable.
I'm not afraid to admit it.
I get it. I get it. It's a
I
sad
teared up.
scene.
I teared up or I cried. This is not this wasn't the one that hit me the hardest. But
Okay, I think I have an idea where the other one might be. But yeah, I mean, this one hits me hard for sure.
how can it not? I mean,
Yeah.
it's our Rachel. It's our little Rachie.
Mhm. Do not say that.
We always call her that off pod.
No.
I always text you during the week, and I'm like, can't believe what our little Rachie did in that book 52, whatever it is. Yeah, well, here's my first. There's a lot of I don't know. There's so many things to unpack here,
Yeah.
but what do you make of the decision to? Because it is such an impactful scene, but it is the scene that we pretty much saw at the end of the last book. What do you think it is for that they did this here at the start of a book? Because that's usually, when I'm thinking an Animorph's going to die, I would assume, oh, that's happening in the third act.
Mm-hmm.
And here we just start right off with it, as opposed to maybe if they might have decided to just let this be the end of the last book.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about the idea that this way you end the last book on a cliffhanger, that maybe it has more to do with that ending than it does with this beginning. But I also find the structure of this book quite interesting because, as we're going to see, the story of the Animorphs wraps up fairly quickly. Like, this book is going to have a lot more to do with the aftermath of the story than the conclusion of the story. And so, yeah, I mean, like, you've kind of got this intro to the book, and the intro is the emotional conclusion because that's actually your intro to what we're really talking about, which is the aftermath.
Right. It's really, in a way, I understand why in old England they sold these two books together, because it really is one book, kind of. It's really one story. And I would almost say, like, she kind of does die in the third act, if you look at it that way, and then the rest of the book is almost like the epilogue. Like, we are coming in, I think, at the end of the film.
Yes. Yeah, and I gotta say, I do actually really like that structure. Like, even as works. A standalone, like, if you don't reread, if you just come in and read this, as long as you have some idea of where you are, like, I really do like that it hits you with that climax, and then it just lets you dwell on it for a long-ass time.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about this machete cut? You don't read Animorphs Chronicles until right here when Rachel's dying, so it's like you really get it in real time. What she experiences. Yeah. That could be something.
That could be something.
Do we think K.A., by the time she wrote Animorphs Chronicles, this was all planned?
I think that she definitely knew Rachel was going to die when she wrote Animorphs Chronicles, for sure. But I don't know that she had actually planned how or why. I think that she had already kind of thought, like, Rachel as a character, I don't just want to, like, redeem her or make everything okay. Like, she's kind of a psycho, and she exists within this war and not outside of it. And I think that the appropriate narrative end is for her to die. I think there are little bits in there that you could point to. Like, there's a section in the Ellimist Chronicles where they're talking about the child, Grogu, and the
Mhm.
child is like raging wildly, and you can almost read it and be like, which Animorph, when confronted with their death, is most likely to rage? Because a lot of them wouldn't.
Not something that crossed my mind.
Yeah, I didn't really think about it until this last reread, but like, because I was
Mhm.
trying to pick apart how much I could say without accidentally spoiling it for you.
I remember thinking it was Cassie.
Yes.
Why did I think they mentioned like a cave or something? Didn't somebody, or was that from a
Yeah.
different book? Was that the Familiar or
Somewhere,
something?
I think it was, yes. I think it was the familiar where Jake had, unless it was Megamorphs 4. But he had his
Same
dream of
book.
Cassie in a dark cave, and you had thought that Cassie was gonna die. Um,
I guess that was nothing.
yeah, and that seems like that was nothing unless you wanna. You could try to expand it into something, but it's certainly not in the text that it is something.
But it did seem so. Maybe so. Yeah. So I was hung up on that, which I guess they are still vague. They do. I don't think they actually say Cassie still in that book, but they do say. I don't know about the cave part, but it feels like someone or something says to Jake, "Oh, someone important to you is gonna die." Maybe.
I'm pretty sure in that book, as like I remember when we got to it in the podcast being like, I don't really remember this, and it's gonna completely mislead you. I can try to make it work, but what it says here isn't like the big thing that it should be saying.
So that's pretty unfortunate and weird.
Mhm.
I don't know what that's
I
about.
mean, for sure, what that's about is that she definitely did not have the end of the series written when she did that, or
Mhm.
when she allowed a ghostwriter to do that, or whatever she did.
Right. Very strange. And because I definitely just conflated that with the Ellimist stuff and was like, oh, that must be the same thing. So
Hmm.
that kind of threw me off. I will say another side effect of it this coming so early
Hmm.
is, like I said, I imagine in hindsight this was probably expected, but I almost wondered, is this maybe not a red herring? Red herring is not the right word. Maybe not a mislead, but maybe like there's going to be, because it's so early, I kind of expected we'll get a one more, like the Ellimist
Mm.
brings Rachel back for one more chapter or something, or a flashback. I was very surprised that she was gone this early and there was no, like, this
Hmm.
is really it. She's not coming back in any shape or form.
Yeah.
Well, maybe in some shape or form. But yeah, so that's probably a little different than if you were reading this and you're like, yeah, of course, okay, that's what I figured would happen. There it
Yeah, I
is.
mean, I don't recall thinking that as a kid, but that was a long time ago, so I don't really know.
Yeah, yeah, and it's um the last thing Rachel says to Tobias is, "I know, Tobias, I know."
No,
Or
Rachel
do they have
Rachel
more?
says I love you.
Oh, she does.
That's
Oh, I'm way
yeah.
behind. Let me scroll up. There is a part where Tobias just says Rachel, and she goes, "I know, Tobias." Um,
Yeah, no, I think that's earlier on, but yeah, no, Rachel, I believe Rachel's last words are I love you to Tobias.
yeah. Well, her last words to us are, "I wondered if."
Yeah. So she blanks out mid-thought.
What do we think she wondered?
Maybe about what death is like. I don't know. What do you some metaphysical thing?
I wondered if I wondered if uh Marco would visit me at my grave and cry because I always secretly loved him.
Hmm.
It could be
I
anything. It could be anything you want to be canon in your head, because we don't
I
know.
I do quite like this perspective on Rachel throughout this, because this is, I mean, this is the last time we're in Rachel's head, right? Um And I really like, there's a lot of good Rachel moments here. This kind of experience of Rachel knowing that she's going to die, this idea of like Rachel mourning her life with Tobias, but also kind of being accepting of it because she kind of knows who she is, all of that. Um, there's a great little moment where she's facing down all of the other animals. And she realizes she's going to have this huge showdown and that she can't win and that she's going to die. And and her thoughts upon realizing that she is going to start this like 1v4 and lose and die is she says, "I felt exalted. It was my moment. This was my place and my time and my own perfection." To
Yeah.
Rachel, this is what her life has been building up toward. This violent
Yeah.
outburst that ends in her death.
It's very Worf from Star Trek, of like, it's the only honorable death is to die in battle.
True. Yes.
Yeah. It feels, I mean, it certainly feels appropriate.
Hmm.
Although it's always less so lately because they've been talking about it more, but it's often easy to forget while reading these that these are children. And it's like, at least as an adult, I feel like we've talked about this, that you kind of, just from the way they act and talk, you sort of adultize them in your head because you're like, you usually try to relate to the protagonist or whatever. I don't know. That's what I think anyway. And but when you remember that fact, this is a child dying. It's like, it's hard to take too much comfort in the, oh yeah, this is the way she wanted to go out. Like,
yeah, no, I mean it's supposed to be tragic. You're not
sure.
supposed to. Yeah, like you're not supposed to think it's good that she died. If the best you're supposed to think is that like this was the way it had to be, and that's not supposed to be a good thing, right?
Yeah, yeah, I suppose. I mean, I do think they do a pretty good job convincing you that this is the way it has to be.
Mm-hmm. Like Rachel is not gonna, like, what is Rachel gonna do, right? Like if she doesn't die gloriously in battle, what's she gonna do? Who's she gonna be?
Probably not anything good.
Yeah.
her future life is probably something fucked up.
Yeah, like there have been a number of books that basically hint at the fact that Rachel can't just go around existing. I mean, like that was part of book 48 with Rachel being like, and then I get to be super Rachel and then I get to win and then what? And that logic still applies here.
Then she's like, well, you and me, Drode, let's do this thing.
That's right. I also really like, so you got these Rachel Tobias interactions throughout here, right? And it's I do think their final interaction is very moving, but before that last like I love you thing and Tobias is morphed human so that he can cry and blah blah blah, they have that full conversation, and it's their last like back and forth conversation where Rachel's like blinded by snake venom and her bear is dying and she's trying to get Tobias to like be her eyes to guide her. And Rachel's like, "Tobias, help me." And Tobias is like, I can't help you. And Rachel's like, no, I don't mean save me. I mean, help me kill this guy. And to me, that's just such a great little microcosm of Rachel and Tobias's relationship. Right? Even in this last moment, she's not vulnerable. She's not being emotional. What she wants to do is kill. And she wants Tobias to help because he's a predator too.
Yeah. He does a good job helping. They're a good team.
Yeah, he does help.
It's like, on your left, on your right. I thought it was fun when Tobias says, "Who is dying? Oh my god, Bear is dying. How can that be?"
I think Rachel says that.
Oh yeah, right. They both say it in unison.
Oh, okay.
That's a reference for anyone out there to Clerks, the animated series.
God, I did watch some of that, but I barely remember it at all.
I'm sorry, you what? You barely remember it at all? It's the last book. The last book. We gotta talk about the book. And not any tangents. No, it's the book. What? What are you groaning for? You don't think that's a good song?
Oh my god. What are we doing?
It's fine to break into song. We got to get everyone's energy back up.
Doing?
We're having fun talking about Rachel's death. We're having a good time. I like that Tobias turns into a human. Mm-hmm. And I like that he does it so that he can cry.
Mm-hmm.
And also kind of, he's doing it for Rachel, because if it were up to Tobias, he would not be a human.
No. Yeah, but he's doing it for Rachel, for sure.
Yes, it's for her. So that I do think that had Rachel not died here, I do think Tobias would be a human for her at the end of all this. I think he would make that shift for her.
Interesting. Because of the fact that he does this for her here, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know that that's wrong.
Yeah, just in general, it just seems like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah.
Or would Rachel become a bird, because then at least she gets to keep killing? Like, which way would it? I will say, I didn't really think about this before. Somehow, I don't think I've ever thought about this fact, but this is, like, I'm 100% convinced this is the last time Tobias is ever human. That after he morphs back into a bird after crying for Rachel, he never goes into a human again.
I think there's some uses for it he finds. He's got a...
Unless, you know what? I might have to check. That might not be true. There might be another point.
You idiot. You fucking idiot.
I'll look. I'll find out.
I'm going to stump your ass so hard.
Oh, yeah, it'll be easy. I'll study, and then it won't be a problem.
As Rachel is taking one last look at her friends, she says, my best friend Cassie, Marco, funny Marco. Mm-hmm. Those are the only two that get a special qualifier. The rest is just, that's Jake, Axe, Tobias. But Marco is funny Marco. I think that's nice. She thought he was funny after all those years of pretending not to laugh at his jokes. He's funny. She said it.
She does think he's funny. That is canon. I did just check. Yeah, Tobias definitely. I'm positive he doesn't turn human again.
Wow.
So you can rest assured, listeners.
In my head canon, he does. There's a lot we don't... I mean, look, we don't have time. Tobias, we'll get to Tobias. We'll get to him.
There's a lot of stuff to be gotten to. But we got to get through Rachel here, because this is the last of Rachel.
Yeah, I mean... I think we covered most of it, I feel. It's... other than... It's hard to really, put a bow on it, because it is... the rest of the book will deal with this.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about it more, but...
I guess there is one thing I wanted to bring up, though. Maybe I should have brought it up to start. Which is, there are still...
Which is where? Oh.
There's still, a chapter of exposition about, what Yeerks are and how they got their morphing powers. Yeah. She spends time talking to you about this stuff. Not just about where the story is, but, what the premise is. And I really don't think that that's necessary.
I agree with you, but I guess I must have thought it was pretty well integrated, because it's not something that stood out to me.
Yeah. Now, I mean, one thing about it is that I did notice, and I think this was a good decision as far as if you're going to put it in, tonally, it's very, I don't know, morose, or it feels less like Rachel explaining the premise and more like Rachel reflecting on and lamenting her life, right? Where it's and then this happened kind of thing. There's a tone to it. Yes. Some of that probably still didn't need to be there. If you don't know what a Yeerk is, just what are we doing? But,
Listen, when Rachel was on the bridge of the ship and she's ready to attack, but of course she knows that, they do have to publish these books. That's canon that they all write these books. So she had to scribble down her thoughts in her notebook and then throw it out the ship window to make sure the Animorphs could pick it up later.
She
So
narrated it all to Axe or somebody.
Yeah. Right. So she knows that somebody might pick up this little journal entry first, and just in case, that's just good writing.
Mm-hmm.
That's Rachel's about battle and good writing.
Yeah, she didn't want to do like the video game thing where you're picking up audio logs and you pick up one, you're like, oh, I don't know what to make of this because I got like number 3 first. I got to find the other one. She didn't want any hunts like that.
Come on, don't try to make references like you're a gamer.
I'm not trying to make it like I'm a gamer. I'm hoping that the lack of specificity makes it obvious that I'm not a gamer. People will be like, I can tell that you're just talking about a generic idea and not a specific thing.
Here's a small tragedy that is here that I think isn't really addressed for the rest of the book. But yeah, Rachel's dead. Okay, real sad. Whatever. Get over it. Tobias, shut the fuck up. Move on. You're a bird. Whatever. Go find Price Cup Polly. You'll get over it in a week. Tom is also fucking dead.
Yes. Yes. And you notice we didn't really talk about that.
We didn't really talk about that. The book doesn't really talk about it. We don't get a single scene of real Tom.
No. Yeah, Tom dies without ever being free again.
There's not even they could have given us at least a moment in the last book where Jake meets his eyes and has a thought of like, my real brother was in there and at least he knew I was fighting for him or something, but we don't get anything close to that. He's just dead. That's it. Tom is done, which is it's tragic. Like we're just.
Yeah, there are multiple times in the book where you kind of call on this idea of like, I have murdered my brother from Jake, but it's always I murdered my cousin and my brother and all these other people, right? It's never like there's not very much focus on just Tom in a way that if this had been book 11, right, it would have been almost equally tragic that Tom died than that Rachel died, or as that Rachel died.
Yeah, it's kind of I mean, there's just too much tragedy for Jake to compartmentalize that he has to take it all in as one big chunk. But yeah, it's kind of a shame. It's not terrible, but it does feel a little bit not. I feel like they could have wrapped that particular thread up a little better. I wish that Tom just kind of fizzles out. And here's another question, maybe getting ahead of ourselves, but I don't think so because I can't remember if this is addressed or not. Do we find out if Jake's parents are still alive?
Jake's parents are still alive.
Okay. So he does get reunited with them, presumably.
Yes. Yeah, there are going to be parts where they're not around, but they are mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that is... Listen, yeah, as a kid, I did think it was sad that Tom died, for sure. But, like, yeah, it's always in this context of all these other things, and, like, the specificity of it does get lost. As you said, Tom just kind of fizzles out, but... And maybe this is also getting ahead of ourselves in terms of stuff you said we'd talk about next time, but, like, Tom's story had already kind of fizzled out. Like, they were very interested in him at the start of the series, and then there were 1 or 2 points where it was like, oh, let's try to bring Tom back in. But, like, man, Tom just was so much not the focus for the end of this series. It would have been very, very difficult to, like, have it hit the same way that Rachel's death does.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. Obviously, Rachel is going to overshadow that no matter what. But yeah, like if any non-Animorph death is going to hit, it's Tom's, I think. Like he's got to be the most secondary, most, important. I mean, I guess Marco's mom, but that's already been wrapped up.
Yeah, don't forget about
don't say it. I swear to God, don't
gym
say it.
Teacher controller. I was thinking about Melissa, but then I
thought you were going to say Mr. King or some shit.
Chilon.
Yeah, I mean, also you couldn't really focus on Tom because they spend so much time dealing with Chapman in this book. You do get your very first Chapman POV.
Yeah, is Chapman...
Nope.
I don't think the name Chapman shows up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does not.
Control F, Chapman. Oh yeah, there's
a Chapman?
There's a Chapman, there's one Chapman. It is,
What
it's
is it?
A later bit where they're basically recounting the plot of the series again. And I'll just read it. A light in the sky, the Andalite fighter, the wounded alien creature, the Andalite staggering, falling, the attack of the Yerks, Chapman, seeing Tobias morph to a cat, my first morph, my first battle. That is the only mention of Chapman in the entire book.
Well, he made, this is like Mike Wazowski in Monsters, Inc. I'm on the cover. Good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, listen, the image of Rachel as a human with the snake that used to be her cousin hanging out of her mouth is I don't know, there's something very, visceral and impactful about it.
That's true. I forgot it was also her cousin, too.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It's a real family affair. I mean, this really is a space opera. It's Star Wars now.
That is true. It's even got the, weird incest overtones.
Well, I don't know about weird.
I mean, I guess if you do it twice, it's kind of normal now, right?
Yeah, they cancel each other out.
Are we done with Rachel? I feel
yes.
It's so hard to move on from Rachel because it's like, now we're done, but we really do have to.
I know, this feels like this should have been the end of an episode. Like, how do you keep going? But yeah, this will, the ramifications of this are going to echo throughout the remainder of the novel, so it'll come back up again.
Ooh, a novel?
Did you like the way I said that just flew right off my tongue?
I really liked that. I mean, you must think very highly of this book to call it a novel.
Oh, they're all novels to me.
That's true, because you've never read them.
Okay.
All right, so Rachel died, and we cut back to Jake's perspective. They're on the pool ship. Toby shows up to tell him that the Yerk forces on the ship are surrendering under the condition that they get a chance to get, the morphing tech and, whatever, not be killed. Jake is kind of having trouble coping with, what he has just done. But Cassie kind of nudges him back into his leadership position. And so Jake gives orders, right? Esplin Visser 1 is to leave Alaran's body. They're going to take him prisoner. Axe is going to contact the Andalite High Command and also simultaneously patch in the civilian net. And Cassie is going to go find Eric and tell him to hide himself if he doesn't want the Chi to be found out, because still only the Animorphs know about the Chi. Jake goes with Toby to negotiate with the surrendering Yerks. We see a sub-Visser 74 who, they negotiate, they accept terms under the condition of being made Nothlets and, quote-unquote relocated instead of killed. And all of the Yerks exit their hosts. The Dream Team, Marco, Axe, and Tobias, knock Alaran unconscious, and Visser 1 leaves. They consider killing Esplin 9466, but they follow Jake's orders and they put him into a briefcase. And meanwhile, Cassie goes and finds Eric and has a conversation with him. She tells him that it's time to hide, but she does not offer an apology, neither from Jake nor from herself, for blackmailing and manipulating him. As they say, as she says, Rachel, quote unquote, died in vain because the blade ship got away anyway, and this is all thanks to Eric draining the pool ship's weapons. They could not stop the blade ship from getting away to do other stuff in the galaxy. Eric does not feel sorry. He calls out Jake for massacring 17,000 Yerks, and the relationship with the Chi ends on bad terms. But Eric does leave Cassie with this final sentence: "Take care of Jake. He's going to need you." Okay. So, fallout here from this all being wrapped up.
Eric, the true villain of this series.
True villain, huh?
What a little fucking asshole.
I mean, I don't know which part I wanted to talk about first, but I will say I like this Eric. Right, I like this Eric a lot. I think we said in the last book we preferred the Eric where he, or you at least, also preferred the Eric where he had to be blackmailed into doing it and he was on bad terms with them. I really, really like this Eric who just actively lets Tom get away and is feeling totally vindicated because he's just like, I am not going to let Jake kill. I do not give a shit. Fuck you. Like, how dare you? I'm supposed to be the one to feel regret because I didn't let you massacre everyone else. You killed 17,000 people. Fuck you. We're done here. It's good. It's a really good scene. And I think it works even better because he's specifically scolding Cassie about it, right? Like, Cassie's the one who's supposed to be here, like, oh, but is it really the right thing to do? And yet here she's met, like, even more of the, no, it's not, fuck you.
I expected this from you, Jake, but Cassie.
Right.
It is nice to have an Eric who actually has a reason to exist,
Mm-hmm.
who has desires and goals and opinions as opposed to just, here's your case of the week, Animorphs. Bye. See you next month.
Yes.
I'm gonna hang out in Spencer's. Ooh, whatever the fuck he does.
Okay, you can't tell me you didn't like the Spencer's part.
Did you know I used to be Leonardo da Vinci's sex slave?
Okay, now.
He probably had
I don't know
one.
what you're thinking over there, but
You don't think he had one? Come on.
I know we're starting to get revved up for fan fiction week in a couple of weeks, but you just
Oh man, that's
the
a good
time
one.
will come.
I gotta write
not
the
now.
Eric Chronicles. Okay. But anyway, largely I think I agree with you. Yes, this is a good version of Eric, which is not to say that I like this Eric necessarily personally. I like him from a writing perspective, but I don't know that I don't know that I agree with him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I do. I mean, he's got a point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jake did do this kind of massacre, genocide-esque sort of a thing. So like, it's fully within his right. I'm still, I guess I just thought his character was so annoying for so long that I just liked seeing Jake like be mean to him.
I mean, Eric has taken a stance on the trolley problem, right? Which is, again, a lot of people I think forget that the point of the trolley problem is that it's difficult to take a stance on. There isn't a right answer, but Eric has decided there is a right answer, and it's not to pull the lever, right? 100%. It is like for him, for his programming, right? If people want to kill each other, that's not his business, but he, God damn it, is not going to be the one to do it. Right, that's Eric. And I do kind of like this, and there are in some ways this resolution where Eric ends up at odds with the Animorphs over this kind of informs how I feel about Eric throughout the series. Like, I think a better written Eric would have an arc here. Because when we first meet Eric, there is a large contingent of Chi who don't even like that the Chi are spying on the Yeerks and feeding information to the Animorphs, right? Like, there is a split, right? Eric is like, I want to overcome my programming to be violent, because I think we need to do something. These other Chi, in the meantime, I'm going to try to get information and then feed it to you guys. These other Chi are like, you shouldn't even be doing that. Eric becomes violent, he doesn't like it anymore, but he's still feeding the Animorphs information with which to do violence. By the end, he's fully come around to that other contingent of Chi and is like, no, actually, I can't even abide that. I've, like, now that I've seen what you'll do, like, I can't do this anymore. And I would really like it if there was more of a fleshed out arc that brought us between those points, as opposed to like a couple of points with a whole bunch of just random scenes of him being there in the middle.
Well, the problem is he's a robot, so he doesn't have any flesh. Can't really
That's true.
flesh him out.
Yes, but he could be more of like an android or whatever the word is.
Right,
You know?
right. Another, I do honestly though think that's a little bit of a problem that I know I just shouldn't think about, but I can't help myself. Is it's like it's his programming, like when you introduce the concept of robot people, but the series isn't about that, you just kind of have to accept at face value that they just have consciousness and they're
Yeah.
but but it's also kind of explicit that they're only pacifists because they have to be. It's like, is that his opinion? Or I mean, now, and again, this is like a philosophical debate.
I mean, how much? So here's part of the issue: is that for me, I feel very at home with just accepting all of this and being like, there's not that much to think about here, because I also grew up on reading like Asimov's like Laws of Robotics stories, which is like this exact issue fleshed out to a far greater degree. So it's like, yeah, I can just kind of map this onto that. And I don't know how much experience you have with those.
I mean, I have not read those.
Okay.
Obviously I've encountered that idea in many other pieces of science fiction, but
yeah. But like so much of those stories they're not just like I made up these laws of robotics. The whole point is like I made up these 3 laws of robotics, and when you look at them, you think, cool, that means there should be no problems. And then all of the stories are just like, yeah, but it turns out there's problems. These don't actually work. The robots can just like get around them, or there can be a small tweak. And like if for example, if I'm not allowed to harm humans, but you tweak the 3rd one, so through inaction I could let a human come to harm, could I not drop something on a human's head knowing that I could catch it before it hit them, and then choose not to catch it? Couldn't I do that? Kind of thing.
I regret bringing this up.
Anyway, I'm just saying, like, this idea of like Eric might have ideas about what he wants to do, but then can't do them. But then maybe the things that he can and can't do would, in some way, influence what he wants to do. This feels normal to me. It's fine.
That's great for you. For me, all of this is my roundabout way of saying, well, not your shit. That was I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's boring. But for me, what I'm saying, I just broadly, I think we can both agree that Eric is underdeveloped throughout the series. And
yes,
the fact that he is a robot and that's not really explored that much outside of like his first couple appearances, to me is problematic, and is just, I end up coming away like, what do I really know about this guy? What does he actually believe? What does it even mean that he believes something? I just don't, for me, it's not as easy to just say, they're robot. Like I can do that.
I mean, some of that is, I think, robot racism. You're like, oh, he's programmed,
yes.
So that means he must, he can't be a person and also have programming.
I have the same issue with Star Wars, to be perfectly honest with you. It's like, what the fuck is a droid? Like, are they, like, did they invent, they seem like they can have like full on, sentience and, but then sometimes they're just like, like nobody really gives a shit that they die, or they're just kind of like does a pit droid have hopes and dreams? Like, what the fuck's going on over there? It's there's a lot of questions. We don't have time to talk about this. It's
Did they build those centers into those robots? I don't know, but you can see that Eric is a person. Like, he has a personality. He, even if it's not well defined, you can see that he has ideas and opinions and thoughts. Like,
it just should have just been Pemalites, Did we need did K. Applegate, like, couldn't you have just We didn't need them to have invented dogs.
She absolutely cannot. K.A. Applegate cannot control herself. Even in this book, we're going to eventually, in about 4 hours, get to a point where we're just like, oh my God, are you serious? You're not even done yet. What is wrong with you?
We can't. I shouldn't have never have gone down this track. Like, Eric's barely even focused on in this book. We don't have time for this.
No, to be honest, this is a part that this is a part that sticks with me. This scene with Eric is impactful, and it's one of the scenes that I remembered very vividly as a kid. Because, like, Eric is a goofy guy, you know, he's just around, and as a kid, I didn't mind so much, you know, all the issues you're having. So, like, having them end on bad terms
Goofy
with
guy.
the Chi, who were very much supposed to be like, oh, they're just good, they're just nice, peaceful, they're like dogs, aren't these great? And having this like huge, massive, like, Eric hates you guys now thing is, I don't know, it impacted me as a kid. I remembered it.
Yeah, I mean, I am not so blinded by my confusion that not even confusion. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely meaningful in the face of what the series is trying to say, and you know what Cassie's all about and what Jake's all about.
Mm-hmm.
I wish they had done more with that. The fact that, you know, even Cassie is the pacifist, but even she is like, at a certain point,
Yeah.
I'll help Jake out. Like, there is a line, and the Chi are like, no, there's no fucking line. We don't. There's nothing. You know, that's interesting, and I wish we had more. Maybe Eric should have gone with Cassie to Australia or something.
Yeah, I'm honestly, that is because I was kind of talking about this earlier with like Cassie's parents being too easy to go along with stuff, or like how you know, I think I kind of really like it when you put Cassie up against somebody who is like equally
Even more
right,
annoying.
or like, yeah, like maybe not like that, but like equally idealistic but more naive, right? Like somebody who shares her idealism and her idea, like that things can turn out right, but hasn't had it kind of like beaten into her that sometimes you just don't have a choice, and she has to like she has to like advocate against her wishes. I like that.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
A lot of other stuff happens here too.
Yes, they decide to spare Visser 1.
Mm-hmm.
Which we have brought this up before on the show, the trope of which is really, I mean, if ever this trope existed in a blatant way, it does right here in these two books, of killing a million henchmen but then sparing the big bad guy, and that makes you a hero.
Mm-hmm. To be honest, though, I do like it a lot more. Like, it feels less tropey here. It feels because there's some impact for it. Yeah.
To the book's credit, Visser 1 basically calls them out on it. He's like, oh, so it's cool to flush my fucking entire species down the drain, but you're gonna save me? Okay, whatever, fucking dorks. I hate these Animorphs.
Yeah, no, he calls them out on it. Tobias calls them out on it. Like, fuck you, Rachel died, and you're not gonna kill this guy too.
Yeah.
There is like a feeling with Jake that he's like starting to turn a corner here. Like, I killed all those Yerks because I was in like fight mode, right? Like, I don't care who I kill, I don't care who's in my way, I'm doing this. But like now we won. And now I have to think about like things like,
we won.
You know, like, am I going to kill people? I have to think about in the context of like, we won. We're not in the fight anymore. And now I'm feeling really bad about the idea of not taking prisoners. You know, now I do.
Yeah. He's, you know, he, how do I put this without being crass? He, I guess I just won't say it.
You can be crass on this podcast.
Well, I was going to say it's like he has clarity now. Like he like he you know, he was in a way, he was all heated up and he was all aggressive, and then he kind of got it out of his system, and now he's seeing clearly a little bit. It feels, you know what I'm saying?
I'm not sure I do. I think maybe you need to elaborate.
I don't need to. It's like he turned into the Hulk and now he's Bruce Banner again. Is what it's like.
I did kind of like where you were going. I liked your little like equation of sex and murder. It seemed like a fun little.
don't they
the
say that?
throes of passion.
Yeah, don't they say that like in war, like soldiers are always horny after they massacre a bunch of people? That's like why, in the olden days there would be like, we don't need to talk about this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know where you're going with this, but you probably should not.
It's the last book. I can get canceled now.
Yeah, it's not like we have months more podcasts left. You have to wait till the last episode.
Okay, fine. All right. I mean, there's another little footnote that I'm sure is upsetting to you.
Mm-hmm.
R.I.P. Jerahami.
I know. Very sad. Jerahami dies here.
Yeah.
In this final battle.
Yeah. That's rough.
Toby says, he was the first of the Free Hork-Bajir, he was the father of his people, and he was my father.
That's sad.
It is sad. He was the first of the Free Hork-Bajir.
Toby gets to do some cool stuff. She gets a bigger part in this final book than some other characters. I like all the stuff of Jake. He can't bring himself to look at Tobias. Like he wishes Tobias would just like fight him.
Yeah, no, you really start to see Jake kind of shutting down and going into this second guessing thing, which we will explore a little bit more later. I like the scene where Cassie comes up and Jake is afraid that she's gonna like tell him everything's gonna be okay or reassure him, because he's just like, I can't, if I'm vulnerable right now, I'm done. And so Cassie doesn't do that. She's just like, you still got work to do, Jake. And it works.
Right. Yeah.
I like that bit a lot. I think that's great. Yeah. There's a term that's used in this section that might be more relevant to themes we're going to get into, but it's really stuck with me. Cassie, while thinking about the Animorphs, she uses the term the victim perpetrators to describe them. And that term really stuck with me. Like, I think about that a lot, this idea of the victim perpetrators.
The victim perpetrators.
Yes.
Elaborate on that.
I mean, this idea of like, where you have, when you're like looking at conflict and when you're looking at, I don't know if you want to say evil or not, but if you're looking at all of these horrible things that happen, like there's woven into it, there's this idea of like, yes, but like, where is that line between like, you had to do this because something terrible happened, and you're going too far and you're doing, because there's always both of those layers to some degree somewhere or somehow, and it can be very difficult to disentangle where like that kind of culpability lies, or like whether something is good or bad. I don't know. I really like the term the victim perpetrators. It pops into my head a lot.
I'm thinking that's the name of our band. Ladies and gentlemen, the victim perpetrators. Podcast. Yeah, maybe.
We're the podcast where we go commit war crimes.
That's kind of how we're the Yerky boys, so it sort of is that.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I think of the Yerks as victim perpetrators.
Honestly, yeah, so do I.
Yeah.
Like not even as a joke.
Texans, but the Yerks, yeah.
There's also a bit in here where they've got Visser 1. Marco is like holding Esplin, the slug, in his hand. And he's just like, the whole war we've been fighting to kill this guy, and here he is, literally in my hands right now. This is like the actual victory. Like, we did it. And there's this sense of, as it's written, there's this sense of like anticlimax to it. There's this sense of like, yep, I mean, here he is. Should we kill him even though Jake said not to? I guess not, whatever. And, there was, this I kind of really felt. Like, again, at the end of the sacrifice, I was saying, like, they're looking at it and they're saying like, boy, this is our greatest victory, but why do I feel so fucked up about it? And I didn't feel it, but here I feel it. I feel that sense of like, geez, this is it. And something horrifying isn't even happening in this particular moment. He's looking at the actual victory. He's not looking at Rachel's dead body, and yet still it feels sort of hollow in a way. And I don't know. I think that scene is good and powerful for me.
Yeah, I think didn't they do a similar thing with? Maybe it was even with Visser 1, old Visser 1. There was definitely something where it was like, oh, wow, this is all they are, huh? Just like this little... Or maybe it was a Yerk who was... Or maybe it was Visser when she was like, oh, I'm just a pathetic... I'm just a little helpless thing.
Yeah, I think that was in... Or maybe it was Hork-Bajir Chronicles where Esplin like looked at the Yerk pool for the first time through Ged eyes or something. I don't know.
It was one of these or both. I don't know. Yeah. But that's it's an interesting idea of just the even if it's not a Yerk, even like human conflicts. You get to a point where it's like this is it. Like this is the guy. It's just a fucking guy. It's just a man.
It's just a guy. That was kind of the theme of I like dating the podcast. So that was kind of the theme of Furiosa. There's a lot of different media that you could say that was the theme of, to be honest.
I wasn't sure how current you were going to be. I thought you were going to say it was the theme of Beetlejuice.
Well, I didn't watch that because you told me not to.
And please don't say it again.
You say.
Please don't say it one more time. I beg of you.
Yeah, he might have to show up here.
Yeah, Mark also finds some cookies. I like that.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I guess in the briefcase they put Visser 1 and they were keeping cookies.
Yeah, it says some Yerk controller liked cookies, so he just hid them in his briefcase and took them around.
Yeah, that's great.
There's no reason for that detail. It's just there.
But it's a great detail. Listen, this is why we should have had more like Yerk characters so that we could have had more scenes just of Yerk life, and we could have had more briefcases of cookies that people were stashing.
I imagine the inspiration for that was Ellen Jarrow's cookies that she always brought to KA.
True. Yes, I hadn't thought about that, but you're 100% correct.
Marco also kind of an unreliable narrator here, but
in what sense?
I don't know. Just there's this one part where he says that he wasn't in love with Rachel, which we kind of know is not true. So I just thought that was an interesting choice, but it makes sense for his character. He'd be sort of shy about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was in love with Rachel for a while, but I think at this point he's kind of desensitized and incapable of love because of the war.
No, I don't agree. He loves me.
Well, I mean, but that's different.
He's my AI boyfriend. Okay, I think we can move on.
Yeah, all right. We're like 6 chapters into this book.
We're doing fine. It's big finale. Everyone knows what this is.
Yeah, it's going to be a long one, folks. All right, so Axe contacts the Andalite fleet. He gets in contact with Offaran Jibril Castant of the dome ship Elfangor, and he's like, "Oh hey, they infested you. Fuck off, Yerk. There's no way human seized a pool ship. This is a trick. Fuck you." Axe is not sure what to do, and that's when Alaran wakes up, because he's now free. He's not Visser 1, he's Alaran. And he yells at Offaran and tells him, hey, we're gonna surrender this pool ship to you. We're gonna, do all this shit to make us totally helpless. We'll do whatever you say, and you'll have a pool ship. So, get with it. Offaran switches comms over to Captain Prince Askelan Semitor Langor. Marco realizes that Askelan's about to fuck them over and does some like, "Hey, Andalite Electorate, Howard Stern rules" type shit, and Askelan realizes that, oh shit, I'm being watched directly by the populace, so I have to be careful here. Jake gives him this speech that's like, "Hey, I know you came to kill us, but like, good luck doing that now, lols. You're not going to kill us with everybody watching. Not when we're out here being your friends and being diplomatic and blah blah blah." But he does it in this like extreme face-saving language. Jake invites the Andalites on board the pool ship, and the negotiations begin. Askelan just flat out refuses to give them an Escafil device for the Yerk prisoners, even though Jake promised, but Jake holds fast on this, right? As Marco says, like, if we start conceding points now, that's going to inform our relationship going forward. Seems there's an impasse when Axe declares a challenge, which is some kind of Andalite ritual where he can challenge a superior's decision. He needs princely support. There's this great moment where Alaran's like, hey, I'm a prince, bitch. And yeah, that's word for word. That's what he says. Yeah. And Asculin leaves to confer with High Command. They decide that the challenge is too risky, I guess. And Asculin sends a guy back to be like, Axe gets 4 morphing cubes. Axe is a prince. Axe is official liaison between Andalites and humans. And the war is over now. That is it. It's all done. A lot of shit happens. It's all Andalite shit.
Moment of
for
silence.
The war.
No, for
I don't think the war needs
no,
a moment.
No. For Jeremy now. I forgot. We should have done one for him.
We're gonna have a number of those.
Yeah, well, a number is already even 1 is a number. How the fuck does a dome ship resemble a palm tree? Can you explain this to me?
The dome. I don't even remember this part.
They say it resembles a giant palm tree. It's like because the back is like the engine, and then in the middle there's like a bump. I'm like, what the fuck? What kind of palm tree are you fucking looking at, K. Applegate? What the fuck are you talking about?
I was gonna say, like, the top is this big wide dome, and then I guess stretching straight down under it, you have like a bridge, so it looks like a trunk in it. But that would be more like a mushroom, and also I don't think that's how they're generally described. It's like somehow slightly different. So I do not know how a dome ship looks like a palm tree.
All right. Well, I'm glad. I just wanted to get that out there. This is really this scene is basically the finale of the Animorphs. I mean, there's a lot more.
Yes. There's a lot more. We haven't even started.
But this is basically the resolution of everything that has been building for the main storyline of this series basically happens here.
Yeah.
The war is over, as you said. It's pretty fucked up, to be honest. I found it hard to really, I'm sure this is intentional. I like to really celebrate any of this with Rachel's death hanging over everything.
Yeah.
Plus, I guess some fucking kids in wheelchairs. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, clearly they didn't care about that.
That wasn't a big deal. Do they even know about that? Oh yeah, Cassie does. Some people.
Yeah,
do.
They watched them all die.
It's just like I'm at this point reading this. I'm still like, personally, I haven't like fully processed that emotionally. Like,
do you think that part of that, like, because you were saying, why do you start on Rachel when that's a third act? Do you think that makes it like harder to process through this section, or do you think would this part feel more like an epilogue? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good thing, because if this happened in the last book, you'd have a month to kind of get used to it. But now it's fresh. It's like this is a wound you have to deal with. I think that works better for it. I believe it was last book where you talked about people standing by while atrocities are being committed. And here we have the Andalites being like, oh, we got to do what you say, because our people would never, if they knew about our plan to blow up the Earth, they wouldn't go along with it. I don't know. And I kind of wondered, is that true? Would the Andalites actually give a shit? They don't even know Earth exists.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, I guess there is a little bit of a difference here in that, like, there's some sense, like, I can see the difference between if I just told the electorate they would put a stop to it, and, hey, guy who's about to do it, you're being watched by everyone right now, and then without being stopped by the electorate, he goes, oh geez, now I feel bad. Right? Like, I can see a difference there. This is more realistic to me.
Okay, sure, why not?
But I don't know.
I guess the Andalites, as he says, you're peaceful civilians. Well, he doesn't say this. This is Jake's, like, or Marco's translation of what he's saying. your peaceful civilians will never stand for it. But I'm always thinking of the Andalites as just being militaristic fuckwads, so...
Yeah. I mean, Jake does give a good speech. Like, if you just parse out his bits of the speech, it is very, like... It's the sort of thing that, like, you know, if you know you're on live TV being broadcast to millions and millions of people and someone is saying this to you, it's very hard to be like, oh, well, go fuck yourself. Bam, bam, bam. From that personal standpoint.
Yeah. But they win. They win this.
Yeah.
They get out of this. You know, we've had enough tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Animorphs actually do get some wins. They get the morphing tech. They get what they want. They give up the pool ship, but they, you know, all this, the Earth doesn't get blown up.
Yeah, Earth doesn't get blown up.
Pretty big victory.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It at this point also is kind of the, you know, we've had a bunch of human adults before entering this world, and we've talked about it, whether or not it feels like, should they just be taken over, or I don't know. I don't really respect them, but I do kind of respect these Andalite. This feels like, oh, these are the real adults stepping in. Now we can get some authorities in here. Now we got princes.
Right, Captain Princes even.
Yeah, Alaran's here. I don't know if that's another. I guess Alaran. I mean, I guess he has his time when Visser wins in the Yerk pool. I don't know how they handle that either. How do they keep him from morphing? Doesn't matter.
We've definitely asked that multiple times. Doesn't work.
I think last week, yeah. But
yeah,
it almost feels a little too. He just comes right out of it and starts talking. I'm like, I feel like this guy maybe should need to go live in the woods and not talk to anyone for a year. Like, he's probably super fucked up after living with Visser 3 in his head for like a decade or something. Like,
yeah. I mean, I do really like those scenes where he's like trying to keep his like I'm a hardcore badass princely attitude, but he has like the like little flash of being excited to finally be able to like move and do things again.
Oh yeah, when he does
like
the
that
thing of you know who just moved my tail? I did.
Yeah, it's great. It's good.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
And it's a nice moment too where he's like all deferential to Jake now, and Jake still calls him War Prince, and that clearly is like touching to Alaran that Jake is treating him with respect. I like all of that.
This Alaran has evolved a lot since the Andalite Chronicles, when he was just a hard ass.
Yeah, I mean, I do think this Alaran goes and lives in the woods for years and doesn't talk to anybody after this. I hope so. We don't know, but
for his sake. When they initially said this challenge thing, I thought they were going to do like a fight to the death. Because he's just like, I will challenge you. I thought it was like, oh, if you like best your captain in combat, you become the captain or something.
That's probably how it was back in the caveman days on Andalite.
That's how the Hork-Bajir used to do it.
And but yeah, now they're more civilized than that, so they do kind of a trial.
And I thought that, because then before they come back, I'm ready, because I don't know what the fuck's going on at this point. I'm looking at this book and I'm like, yeah, clearly there's a lot left.
Yeah. For those of you looking at this and saying, oh, you've been going for almost 2 hours, how much could be left? We're like, what, 40% of the way through?
Yeah, a little under probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm like, is the rest of this book like a courtroom drama of them? And I was like, I'm ready. I'm down with that. I'm ready for that. That sounds cool. Mm-hmm. I didn't know what was going to happen. That doesn't happen. They come back and they're like, yeah, okay, we'll do what you want. Which is maybe even, that's kind of surprising, but it's probably like, you know.
Yeah, the explanation they give feels plausible to me, right? The idea that the people running, you know, it's like, oh, the warriors are the guys getting challenged, but the people running the challenge who inform them, they're politicians. They're going to be careful. If they're like, there's a chance we might lose, they're not going to do it. And so, like, it's like, all right, you know, we're only like 70% to win this challenge. Fuck it. Give him the morphing cubes. Who fucking cares? Shut up, Askellen.
I guess it just seems, I mean, that's all fine and good. And also at a certain point, you have to just move some things along. But I would have thought, you know, Ciro's fucking kindness, like, I would think that all of the Andalite officials would be very much aligned in not wanting to share morphing technology. Like, it's surprising
Yes.
to me that they think they couldn't win that.
To be fair, the cubes are not being given to humans. They're being given to Axe specifically, and they are being used to fulfill Jake's promise,
Well,
which is to give them permanent Nothlit morphing tech, so they
but
don't quite have access
not
access to it.
exactly what he says, though. That's not
Hmm.
exactly what he says. He says, uh, here it is. Here it is. 4 morphing cubes will be made available to Eris the Aximili to use as he sees fit.
Hmm.
So they're kind of giving him carte blanche. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but there is an understanding that it is being used to fulfill that. Like, if he did just distribute them straight to the humans, they might call him back and be like, well, now you're on trial. I don't know.
Yeah,
You are
I
right.
guess.
You are right. They do say as he sees fit.
Yeah. I don't like. I'm fine with it. It's just more like, oh, that's interesting. Like, I just would have thought they'd be very extremely
Mhm.
resistant to it, but
Yes, and
you
we
know,
will find out they don't freely distribute it to the humans, right? Like, it is used to do this not-letting thing,
yeah,
but
yeah,
it
yeah.
is not just, like, given to humanity.
We don't really find out. I mean, it doesn't. Well, I don't want to get ahead of
We'll get there,
ourselves.
yeah.
Let's see. I mean, what else? Well, Axe is promoted.
Yeah, big deal, big
He's a
deal.
prince. I did a little cheer.
Yeah, it's like our first, like, big change to one of the characters that we're gonna see is that Axe is now a prince.
Well, it was a pretty big change that Rachel became dead.
Well, okay, fine. I guess Rachel died. Is that much different, though? She was still a
She
psychopath
was
when she
dead
died.
inside already. Yeah, when he became Prince Axe, I put my book down and I clapped and I ran around the room and I went, yeah, woo, 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 woo.
Wow.
I was so excited.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, this is a big moment, though, just because, we've got, I don't know, like, we've got the Animorphs talking with the Andalite fleet. We've got, like, negotiations over the end of the war. We actually have to, like, reckon with the fact that Andalites and humans are going to be in contact now, and there's, going to be some kind of relations between them. Like, this is a thing. Axe has got this position as this cultural liaison, or whatever they call him here. Um, Human Minister of Human Affairs. That's not quite it, but whatever they call him.
Hmm.
This idea of, like, as Marco says, that Jake has to be very careful because this is kind of setting the groundwork for, like, now that our species I mean, the entire populace of the Andalite homeworld just saw this interaction. They saw humans reach out the olive branch to be friends here. You've got the hero Elfangor's brother who's, like, integrated into the humans. Like, this is kind of a big moment.
It's pretty big. It's pretty important. And not only that, California
Yeah.
confirmed.
Is this where that is?
This is the first. Yeah, right. This last little bit with the about the funeral and all that.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I was gonna start on that. Do you want to just move on to the funeral and do, like, the whole?
Yeah, well, because that is before the big divide. That's before the jump.
Yeah, I was gonna put them all together as just, like, the aftermath, but yeah, I mean, we can do the funeral if you want.
Yeah, I don't know. You're taking the fun out of it. Do whatever you want.
All right, fuck it. All right. So yes, at this point, as the book says itself, things happened quickly. um, okay. The rest of the Yerks without the pull ship, they get mopped up and they are given the choice to, quote, resist and die or surrender and be transformed, unquote. The Animorphs land in the middle of the capital with Visser 1 as a prisoner, and they hold press conferences and stuff, so their humanity now knows everything that happened, and they're all, like, extremely famous now, right? Like, the Animorphs are the heroes of Earth. Rachel's body gets found in space by the Andalites and returned and cremated, and there's a whole funeral for Rachel, and Tobias is given her urn and he flies off with it. Did you want to stop to talk about that?
I mean, just I can just quickly say it was a nice moment. It is kind of funny to imagine this hawk flying down in the middle of a funeral and just flying off with the ashes.
Yes, I was wondering when I said earlier he might turn human. I was wondering, did he turn human for the funeral? No, he does not. He is a bird for Rachel's funeral. He just flies around in the air watching while they do it, and then he shows up at the end to take the urn.
And Rachel's mom is like, "Yes, Tobias.
You can have it."
Boy who I didn't really ever know. My daughter loved you, so I guess I read all those books, so I guess I know.
Yeah, that must be it. But I do like the scene of him flying off with it.
Of course,
they make a point of the fact that it's like heavy. That I don't know where he found the strength to lift that urn. It's good.
Yeah, listen, I'm just busting the balls a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know I like to bust those balls.
Okay, hold on. I don't. Just back it up.
You know how I do it.
Back it up. No. We have a book to talk about.
Anyway, they do confirm that they're in California here.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know. There you go. There you have it. It's pretty exciting. California.
Very good. I'll keep going. A year passes. They are all 17 now.
California,
that is made explicit.
That's where the Animorphs live. California. Now you know that's where they live. Go on.
And Marco is all over the TV. That might have been a hit song during this time. It's possible. Because, so Marco's on like every talk show during this year. He's like on all the news programs. He's like the most social, so they call him, he's like the unofficial spokesman for the Animorphs. There's movies about him. Marco wrote like a tell-all book. He's like using his fame to get acting. He's a celebrity, right? The others kind of like fade, people know about them. They're these big figures or whatever, but Marco is the celebrity, right? And he, for all we know, he wrote that song and it played top 40 hit.
Featuring Marco.
Meanwhile, Tobias hasn't been seen since Rachel's funeral. He is just being a bird somewhere unknown. Cassie has been made Undersecretary of the Interior for Resident Aliens, and she works with the U.S. government and the colony of Freehork-Bajir, who now live in Yellowstone. The Taxons have gone Python Notlet, and they have formed a kind of, commune or something in the Amazon, where Arbron is shot and killed by poachers. Axe, right now, Axe is doing great. He is like a hero and also a human expert. There are Andalite tourists regularly coming to Earth in order to eat Cinnabon and other yummy goodies like cigarette butts now. There's a lot. We're pretty much getting along well. People are totally fine with aliens. They're like, yep, there's aliens. Cool, awesome tourism industry. There's like tech deals and transfers slowly happening. We're getting this merging of cultures. Jake, meanwhile, has become a recluse. He is like carrying the guilt of everything that he has done here. Everyone in the world loves him. He's like the hero of Earth, but he doesn't do anything. He doesn't leave his house. He barely even talks to Marco. He doesn't talk to anyone else. He's lost touch with Cassie entirely, and it is pretty stark and a entirely too realistic depiction of a sort of PTSD, and it's very depressing. So that's where we are a year out from the end of the war here.
A year later.
Year time skip.
Let me tell you, I mean, I saw that and I went, whoa, holy shit. This is a real Return of the King type of an ending this book has. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
We're going to get to the scouring of the Shire pretty soon.
Yeah, I don't even know that we're at the scouring yet.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Something in here made me cry again. I don't know what it was.
Oh, I don't know what it was either. I was thinking of a different moment, but
maybe just
if it wasn't the funeral or whatever.
Maybe it was that. Maybe it was the funeral. Yeah, so I have this all. It's all kind of jumbled. Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah,
Could also been some of the Jake stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, just they also, we find out that Jake and Cassie don't talk to each other, and Tobias hasn't been seen in a year.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's really like tragic, especially for like a kid's book, right? Like when you are reading this kind of story as a child, you are kind of expecting them to beat the bad guys and then they go home and then it's like kind of weird, but like maybe they figure out how to do something. They go back. You don't expect Jake to just be sitting around and he lives with his parents and he doesn't talk to anybody and he's miserable and Jake and Cassie don't talk anymore because that it's just like over. The bit here where Marco is just like he says he loved Cassie, of course, but I don't know what happened there. I know when I talk to Cassie, I ask her if she's seen him, and the answer's always no. Same when I talk to Jake, although he always says he's just about to call her, just about to. Right? Like, there's just something so, like, I don't know. It's very upsettingly real.
And every time I don't, I almost do. I almost do.
Like I did make a point over the last couple of books of like hammering home the idea that again, at no point like did you ever even when Jake and Cassie were on the rocks in the last couple of books, did you ever actually think they weren't going to end up together here?
I don't think I did. Maybe a little bit when they actually had that conversation in the last book about, hey, we're probably not going to end up together. That sort of raised a flag.
Yeah, but even then, like, you still think, like, yeah, but it's going to work out somehow, right?
Yeah, I mean, I still think that. We didn't finish the book yet. Yeah, most people, most authors, if they were writing this series, the book would have ended before this 1 year later. Like, that would have been the end.
Yeah.
This is not the thing that you think you're going to get to see.
The thing where it's like whether a story's happy or sad depends on where you decide to put the ending type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I have so much to say about these parts. Mostly just, of course, right away, I just love all this Marco business.
Yeah, I mean, Marco's great. Like, Marco is this is what Marco would be doing, yes.
And this is also feels like such a catharsis of, we have had so much heavy shit and so many books of varying quality that have been kind of serious and dour, and even, I mean, over the last like 15 books. And now it feels like the chance to let loose, like, it's a year later, we can get some good, funny Marco business. And sure, there's some.
And that's how you would characterize this.
Yeah, that is how I would characterize it. Listen, is there some darkness interlaced in the background? Yeah, I guess, but like most of it is just like, I'm having fun. Marco's a star. He's goofing around. He's fucking drinking and doing coke with hookers. He's having a great time.
There's the bit where he says, what is it?
Yes.
I'm trying to look where he says, I worry about Jake. Okay, I mean, I worry about him while sitting by my pool or driving my Maserati or escorting some bubbly Hollywood honey past the rope line at the most exclusive clubs, but I worry about him.
Yeah, it's great. He also says that he has, as celebrities, they have hot starlets fetching us sodas and Kit Kat bars.
Marco is only 17. He cannot drink.
He is staying true. He's a good boy. He's just sodas and Kit Kats. And you know what? That's exactly what I would do. That's what I would do today.
I mean, it would be like Oreos or something, but basically, yeah.
I like a Kit Kat. Listen, yeah, Oreos go with milk. If I want soda, I can't be having Oreos.
But you'd be getting the hot Hollywood starlets to bring you the milk and Oreos.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd be, the whole kit and caboodle.
Cat and caboodle even.
He wrote a book called The Gorilla Speaks.
Cassie, what was Cassie wrote some book too, and Marco's like, of course, mine was number 1, and hers only hit like number 7. Not that I'm comparing it. I'm not a competitive person, but Yeah.
It's great. It's great. They also kind of give it feels like there's a little wink when he says it was written by a ghostwriter. That feels like a wink.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Um,
what about Steven Spielberg's movie Animorph?
yep. Not an amorph, let's be
Right.
clear.
Right. No, got to be clear about that.
An morph. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
listen, if you want to hear about this section of the book, you will hear pretty much the entire thing read out at the end of the episode when we do our pop culture references.
That is true. Yes,
Because
it
it's
is very dense with pop
basically
culture
every
references.
sentence. So get ready for more of that fun if that's what
Yes.
you're after. Like
But you
I
know
am.
what? Marco's on Letterman.
He made
That's
it.
that's been his dream.
His dream come true. He's on Letterman. Come on. You know what it is? I mean, the more we read, the more it feels so appropriate that we did Ender's Game on the Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
And we can talk about that more later too. But essentially, I feel like I guess this is inside baseball. If you haven't read Ender's Game, deal with it. But
Yeah, fuck you. Go subscribe to our Patreon. It's
but
only $5 man. It's easy.
but Jake kind of has become Mazer Rackham, and Cassie has become Ender. That's my reading of this post-war. I mean,
Anyway.
Anyway,
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah,
yeah,
I get it.
cool. That's for all the cool kids. Will get that. I wonder now that they're famous, were all their accounts, all their written accounts actually released to the public of what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, how much of that has been classified and how much of that has been adapted by maybe, because they said stuff did get adapted by ghostwriters. So maybe the ghost written books, there was a real account.
Maybe Kay Applegate's the ghostwriter.
Maybe she's also a ghostwriter. Yeah, the actual original writings are top secret classified, but the ghost written versions for the public are what we've been reading.
There's kind of some upsetting shit in there that they might not want the public to read about.
Well, they kept out the really upsetting shit.
I hope so. We get this whole thing kind of feels like the finale of 6 Feet Under. No, I won't spoil anything. No spoilers.
Yeah,
but
I don't know what that's.
that's fine. That's why I won't go into more detail than that. If you know, you know. IYKYK. But we get a lot of they just casually are dropping shit left and right about. It's very fun. Like it's it feels like this not wish fulfillment. I guess fan servicey a little bit. It's just kind of like, yeah, it's for me it almost scratches the same itch as like the alternate universe stories that I love so much. It's like we're getting to see an actual progression. We're jumping ahead a year, like what actually is going on. That's very exciting to me.
And also some of that as you said, like that, it feels very like epilogue-y, like let's wrap it up. What all happened?
Yeah.
Here's a million things that happened. And again, we're at like the halfway point. So
it's true. There's kind of a few epilogues. They do just casually drop the fact that Arbron was killed by poachers.
I know, so fucked up. I told you last time Arbron was going to show up in this book. That you did not think killed by poachers.
Yeah, so this is, of course, as they're all anacondas now in the Amazon or whatever.
Yeah, except Arbron, because he's a Nothlet. He's a taxon.
Right. And so poachers kill him because I guess he's rare. And basically, Marco is like, well, he was probably better because being a taxon sucks so much. He probably wanted to die.
I mean, that is how Marco would react. That's how you would react, so it's how Marco would react.
That's the key. That's how you figure it out. I looked it up, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
The average lifespan of an anaconda in the wild is about 10 years. So it's a decade before all taxons are extinct.
So that actually brings me to another point here. Cassie figured out the answer for peaceful coexistence, which was to deliver the morphing technology to all of them, the Yeerks and everybody, the taxons, whatever. This is how we live together peacefully. That is not what happens in Animorphs. In Animorphs, the rest of the Yeerks, at least the ones in this corner of the Empire, are rounded up and forced to become Nothlets. Which, as we said before and have talked about, this is active genocide, right? Like for this exact and then and then they live for 10 years or whatever. I don't know what they turn into, but they live for however long, and then they can't have intelligent children, and then that's that. They're done. Like, Cassie's
unless they turn them into
wonderful
humans.
Yeah, her wonderful, peaceful, good solution is like co-opted by the powers that be and the Andalite military machine. It's like, hey, Cassie's got a good point, except we should use it for genocide.
Are we supposed to really think that, though, or is it just that there's not time to go into the details of it? Like,
yeah, so that's the interesting thing, is that it doesn't read as though you're supposed to think that. It reads as though you're supposed to just be like, yeah, Cassie came up with a cool solution, and now we're done talking about that. We just kind of threw that detail in there. Even as a child, though, I remember picking up on that and being like, holy shit, that's fucked up what they just did there. Even though the book is not, doesn't have that tone.
And Cassie seems to consider this all a win. She doesn't seem upset.
Yeah, I don't know that she reflects much on this point here.
Yeah.
This particular point here.
She got the rainforest, just chill.
Rainforest and Yellowstone for the horks and all that.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
That is something that would hit harder. Again, I've said it before, we needed more Yeerk resistance movement. We needed more Yeerk characters. We needed more insight. If we had followed more Yeerks and cared about more of them as like actual people and not just like, oh, that's Chapman again. If we had had a better idea of like what the resistance movement was and what it stood for and what the quote unquote good Yeerks were like, if we had some sense of how their society functioned, this moment would have a much more profound sense of like loss to it, a much more profound sense of like, oh, something evil has just occurred here, right? Like this is not a clean victory. This is not, oh, the Ellimist did it. This is Kraek's already got his fingers in here moving towards something else type of thing.
Yeah. You've said it before, and God, I hope you don't say it ever again. Tired of hearing
Well, we're almost done, so I'll only say it like 3 more times this book, and then we'll be done.
But there's some, the rest of this is good. Cassie, I guess she's becoming a vet. Last book, she did say she was going to become a doctor.
She's working on becoming a vet. I think she ends up with a different career path in the end, but she's taking classes.
Yeah, she's in college.
Yeah, Cassie's actually in college.
At the age of 17, I guess.
Sure.
That's kind of early. I guess she's smart. I guess if you're an Animorph, they're like, do whatever you want.
She's taking night classes. Whatever. You can do it. It's fine.
Maybe she got her GED or something. I don't know. Yeah, and Andalite tourism is pretty fun. That's a fun detail. I mean,
yeah.
If we had Andalites here, they could have saved malls single-handedly.
That's true. I had to wonder reading this part as an adult, like, what do Andalites think about the fact that everything we do is through corporations? Like, isn't that kind of weird? Like, none of the other aliens are doing this. They're coming here and they're like, we're going to do all of these fun food things, at the Cinnabon, at the McDonald's. We're going to do a tech transfer. Not with the human governments. We're going to do it with, like, Microsoft and Lockheed Martin or whoever the fuck, right? Like, they love there's a bit where Marco's like, we're going to take to the stars. Humans coming to put up a Starbucks near you. It makes me wonder, like, are other alien races going to start seeing us like the Skrit Na? Like, oh, those humans, they come in, they put up they have these weird, like, everything's got like this branding and this company. Who knows what the hell that's about? But they seem to love it. I don't know what that is. They're crazy, those
I think they love it. They're gonna adopt it for themselves. They think capitalism rules.
I mean, 100% there's going to be Cinnabons on the Andalite homeworld. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe capitalism takes over the communist utopia of Andalite society.
I hope so. Fucking give them some structure, for Christ's sakes. And you know who else could use it? Those goddamn Ketrans.
They're all dead. They're all millions and millions of years dead. John.
Ellimist could probably whip up a new batch, couldn't he?
I mean, I'm sure he could.
Yeah. He'll figure something out. What do you think about the fact that Jake was getting marriage proposals and in parentheses, and other proposals from girls as young as 12 and women old enough to be his grandmother.
I think that sounds realistic. People are fucking freaks.
I don't know that I like the and other proposals part.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
What's going on here?
To be fair, just because it absolutely would happen doesn't mean it has to happen in your book. Jake is 17.
It is a little weird. I was actually, in general, this whole book, last one, I guess, too, to an extent, but it feels like the age range of this book jumped up like 3 years. It feels like we jumped. I don't know. It just feels like a generally more adult subject matter across the board. Like we've talked about dealing with PTSD, and I'm not sure that's in a lot of the other books to some extent, but this is the first time I felt like it was really. And there are like a couple parts, kind of like that line right there, that nothing crazy, but it did feel a little bit like, just like a little raunchier maybe than they normally would be. I don't know, Marco talking about hot honeys or whatever. It feels, I don't know. I thought it felt a slightly older skewing.
100%. The book is it is impactful in like the maturity of the subject matter and also how it's handled. Which when it comes to like that trauma of having been, especially of having been a soldier, like there is a sense of realism in it that is not the way that you would portray it to kids, and it is very much not in line with what the audience that the books have been written for is. And Animorphs has always kind of had this thing where like they really like cross the line in terms of how much you can get away with putting into a kid's book, but this here is just like not how you end a kid's series. And like how much of that is because Kay Applegate was like, I can do whatever I want. I'm ending Animorphs, this moneymaker series. I can do whatever I want. And how much of it is her being like, I'll write this for my fans who grew up reading it, and now they're like, now they're like 12 or something.
Well, it feels like the series should have gradually aged up along with the like Harry Potter, for instance. Sorry. Kind of does that, right? Like the first book is to the seventh book feel like, well, and because they came out years apart, whereas these were month after month after month. So it's kind of harder to do because you're still you're always in this mindset of writing for a specific audience, but.
And you've got ghostwriters, so like communicating that would require you to actually talk to them.
Which is not on the table.
Not what she did.
Like what you said makes more sense if it were like, Samurai Jack coming back for season 4 15 years later. And it's like, now this is for the kids who grew up with it. But it's like the kids who grew up with this, they're still kids. So
yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a jump fully to adult. It would, like I said, if it was me, it would be like, 8 to 12 or 7 to how about somewhere in that range, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is funny. I feel like I've brought this up before, but now don't take this uncharitably. Don't twist my words. What I'm about to say. But there is something about the age 17. Hold on. Just hold on.
I'm holding. I'm waiting.
I feel like I talked about this for some reason, I'm sure in context of Animorphs, about the Zelda Ocarina of Time video game, that when you're young Link and then you become adult Link is 17. And also I feel like a lot of anime, as we know, the anime is,
I mean, that's an anime thing, yes.
We know, but still, I'm just saying, like, as a kid, like, I remember a lot of, like, I don't know if Goku's, I think maybe he's older, but I feel like there was a lot of animes where like the main character was 17. And that was always, as a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old even, I was like, 17 feels like, oh, that's like, you're on your own. You're an adult. Like, you can do whatever you want. You're cool and independent.
And Goku, I believe, goes from 11 or 12 to around 50, depending on where in the show
I was talking about Z. I'm not talking about fucking Ball. um, anyway, so and there is, and even now reading this, it feels like there's a big difference, like to be between 16 and 17. It's only 1 year, but I feel like, oh shit, they're 17 now. That is almost like, wow, you're like about to like you're going to college in a year or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It does feel like kind of a big shift in terms of like what the mindset of these characters is at right now.
And regardless, it's a big shift because just like everything changed, right? Like you go from this like this reality of having to fight Yerks and do this stuff and be in this group, and you're kind of doing that. And that is how things have been since they were, I don't know, 13-ish. And
Yeah,
so like now we
right.
have our first year where you have to have some kind of a life that is not that. And that life very much is an adult life, regardless of the fact that they are still kids. It's like they're not really going to school. Marco's doing fucking press conferences. Cassie's doing, she's like talking to government officials and negotiating between Hork-Bajir and all of that. And Jake is this renowned hero. In a sense, they very much are just like if they weren't already forced into adulthood from being in a war and being soldiers, they very much are now in this post-war situation.
Yeah, yeah. It's a big difference, and maybe that's part of the tone too, and like the supposed demographic we're talking about is that the characters feel like they're acting like adults.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, they've been in some ways they've been doing that before too, but most children aren't soldiers. But anyway, we're probably. I know we kind of are going a little bit long, but probably the last section is just like a little action scene, like usual. We can kind of skim through it and be done, right? We
Oh,
almost
the
done.
last section? Oh well, there's some more. So funny story.
Yeah.
As I've brought up on the podcast before, when I do these things, I break it up into sections and I name all the sections. So I send you section names. Now, if I had at the beginning of this series asked you to guess what some of the names of these sections were going to be for the final book, would you ever in a million of years have guessed one of them was going to be called The Hague? Because this next section is called that.
Yeah, I probably would not have bet much money on that one. Yeah.
All right, so okay.
If you want to take a break right now, this is your intermission.
I guess this is your intermission.
This is your halfway point, and come back.
Well, there's probably not that much to say about the rest of it, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
All right, so okay.
I'm giving us 4 hours. If we go to 5, we have to split it up into 2 episodes.
We just can't beat our April Fool's episode. That's the only rule. Gotta come in under that. All right, we're a year in, as I said. The Animorphs are now reuniting because Visser 1, Esplin 9466, he is being tried for war crimes at The Hague, and they all have to show up here to testify. So Cassie and Marco meet up beforehand, and they have a conversation in the lobby of Cassie's hotel. Marco is, of course, set up in a private villa to keep the groupies away. They are talking about, like, Jake and his issues, blah, blah, blah. Marco spies on him sometimes to keep tabs on him. Cassie does not talk to him. She hasn't talked to him. She's kind of dreading seeing him because she feels, like, awkward. She's like, I don't even know if the Jake I remember exists. They talk about, like, morphing. They realize Jake probably hasn't morphed since the war, and they also talk about, like, morph therapy, and they hatch up a plan. Cut to the trial. Visser 1 is being, like, read off his crimes. It's like a whole courtroom scene. Jake gets called to the stand. One of the defense attorneys for Visser 1, yes, fucking Visser 1 has defense attorneys. We're in a trial. It's kind of crazy. And he objects, saying that, or maybe it's a she, objects, saying that Jake is also a war criminal due to his actions at the end of the war. This is obviously overturned, but Jake is shaken by it, and he does not do a great job on the stand. So later that afternoon, Jake is in his hotel when Marco and Cassie show up and kidnap him and toss him in the ocean. Jake morphs into a dolphin and ends up kind of jumping around and doing dolphin stuff. And they're like, listen, man, we're hoping this dolphin thing helps you because you need to get it together and get out of this funk. They all sit down together and have a conversation about, I don't know, the ethics of war and the culpability of soldiers, which is honestly one of my favorite bits of writing in the entire series. And Jake is like, all right, guys, listen, I'm not good, but like I'll do better on the stand anyway. And Visser One is found guilty and permanently moved to a special facility in Kansas. All right. We're going crazy places.
That's not, I mean, it's crazy, but honestly, when I was reading it, I was like, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
it follows logically.
No, it follows logically, but again, it's only crazy when you think this is the conclusion to your goofy series about kids who turn into animals and fight brain-stealing aliens. Like if you're like, yes, this is hard sci-fi, this is serious. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. Sure, yeah, I'm interested. How do we criminally handle an alien?
I mean, to go back to it again, this in some ways this does feel like the Speaker of the Dead to Ender's Game. We're kind of going there. Yeah, so, before when I was like, oh, I could read I was ready for the Andalite trial, we do get a little courtroom drama.
We do, yeah.
Which is pretty fun. Fun is how I would put it.
I do love the lawyers just, like, listing off, like, all of the things that Visser One is accused of doing. I like the, like, Andalite legal observers who are here to be like, let's see how humans run a trial and all that kind of shit. I like that they had to build him a box to speak through because they were like, well, we can't let him infest somebody. That's what he's on trial for in the first place.
That is great. Yes, it's a Yerk box that he has Kandrona in it, and the Yerk can speak without a host.
The Yerk speaks.
And the Andalites designed this tech because they're geniuses.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of fun.
Not to like put them in a robot body and like free them and let them move around and talk and interact, or only just to put them on trial so we can imprison them.
Yeah, that could have been another solution. They could have just done this. They could have made them all little, like Krang from Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, lot of answers to this problem that the Andalites and humans are completely unwilling to use, and I don't know, I don't actually know if I explicitly said this before, but I do think that's a good decision. Like, as a writer, I think it is a good decision to have them just be super fucked up about it.
Yeah. We don't really, I don't know that I'm fully satisfied, to be honest, with, I guess you get enough of Visser, of good old Esplin. Is that his name?
Esplin.
I don't know what I would really want, I guess. Like, it's more important that we focus on the Animorphs, but he is like our main villain. I don't know. Maybe there could have been something more for him to say or do during this trial that would kind of put a bow on him as a character.
Yeah, the problem is they explored him fairly thoroughly and interestingly in the Hork-Bajir Chronicles. They did it a little bit in the Andalite Chronicles. He acted like an actual character or person for, like, maybe 3 times ever throughout the entirety of the series. And the rest of the time he's a caricature, so, like, what are you going to do with him? Like, you're going to wrap up what? Not, like, there's nothing to... Like, as you said, like, I don't really know what you... It would be better if you had something to wrap up here and had him speak at his trial, but I guess I don't know what you do.
What I really wanted more was I wanted to see him go, oh, they were humans? Oh my God! We didn't really get that.
Yeah. Listen, if old lady who was running the DNA testing lab was a regular character, as we've said, she should have been one of many Yerks, then we would have got that scene.
Yeah. There's some fun Marco stuff here.
A lot of fun Marco stuff.
As Cassie says, she feels a wave of affection for Marco, and I was like, me too, sister.
Honestly, Marco and Cassie in this scene, like, it really works.
Oh boy.
No, I don't. Listen, I know about all your things. No, it does. Like, there is good chemistry in the dialogue. Like, this scene flows, it works. There's a nice little connection here, and I think it works really, really well. I thought you were going to be like all in on the Cassie Marco stuff here.
I just to once again quote or paraphrase Jeff Winger from Community. It's called chemistry. He has it with everyone. It's Marco. Of course he has chemistry. He's fucking Marco. He's got chemistry with a piece of wood. It's gonna happen. Also, he has chemistry with the waitress who brings them some food, and he says she wants me.
Yeah, she recognizes him from the TV.
Yeah. Also, we find out that Jake visits Rachel's grave all the time, and Tobias or Marco is spying on him.
Yes. Yeah, he's like, they're like he just sits there for hours, like maybe hoping Tobias will show up, and Cassie's like, Jesus Christ, Rachel would be so mad at him. Rachel would like. Well, I don't want to say what Rachel would do to Jake because it's maybe not. Okay,
this book's still not that adult.
Yeah,
maybe
we need another time skip before we.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe in the next section. This lawyer, who calls Jake a war criminal, out of pocket, but you know what? I mean, he's right. He is right.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a great legal objection, but it's not a bad tactic to be like, I'm gonna fuck this guy up before he gets on the stand. Throw him off.
It's bold. It's yeah, he's got gumption, this lawyer. I think it is a man.
What do you think that that Andalites think about this? Like, do you think they're sitting here like, how weird is it that they got a bunch of humans to come up here and represent this alien, right? Who tried to conquer and enslave all of them and be like, nah, man, he's not guilty. What are you talking about?
Yeah, right. I mean, well, this was part of the deal, I guess, that they get to keep him, but they must be like, we should just be flushing him down a toilet. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I wonder, like, what if somehow he had been found not guilty? Like, what do you think? Like there was an argument where the Andalites were like, "What are we doing? He's going to trial," and the human leaders had to be like, "Listen, we have to follow the rules. It's got to look good. He's not going to go free. I promise you it's for show."
Yeah. You don't understand. Our legal system doesn't actually mean anything.
Right. But we have to pretend.
Yeah. This is just how it is down here. We just like to do a little song and dance. Cassie and Marco, or maybe it was Mark, somebody refers to the two of them as the only two real survivors of the Animorphs.
Yes, Cassie does that.
I think that's another fascinating little thing.
Yes, and we can talk about that a bit more later, and because I'm not 100% sure that's true, but they are certainly the only two functional members of the Animorphs, right? Like, well, maybe Axe. Axe is functional as well, but he's not here, and he's not an Animorph after all.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, what the fuck?
like Tobias is off being a bird. Jake is, he might not be dead, but he like cannot live a life, right?
And Rachel.
And she's dead.
She's currently supporting Tobias's nest somewhere. I don't know whatever he did with her ashes. Yeah. So yeah, it's I don't know. I'm jumping all over the place here.
There's a lot to jump around about. Yeah,
but I'll get back to the trial because I mean this is very nitpicky, and I understand this is you should never really expect legal proceedings to be realistic in fiction, but it is one of those things that's funny that Jake goes on the stand, he's like doing badly, and they're asking him some question he doesn't know how to answer. It's like, these lawyers didn't fucking prep this kid. Like, they didn't warn him what questions they might ask him in this testimony.
Yeah, I mean, people still do badly in that situation. But yes,
yeah, but it seems like he does not know what they're going to ask him. It's like a little like he should have a prepared statement here, But it's
Jake's brain doesn't work very good right now. It's kind of like me in that way.
Then we get this fun dolphin. I don't know if it's that fun. It's trying to be fun. This dolphin scene. I do feel like K.A. is. I think you can feel this being her final Animorphs book. I think she makes a little bit of a meal out of this morphing description. It's like, I'm not going to get many more chances to talk about them morphing. I feel like she really gives it her all with she really, as the kids might say, puts her whole apple gussy into it.
Jesus Christ.
What, you didn't like that?
What is wrong with you?
That's what the kids would say. That's what Tim Zoomer would say.
Oh my God.
He didn't like that.
I didn't say I didn't like it, but I am appalled.
Listeners, let us know if you liked that or not. But
I think it's the hard G sound that really is.
Well, it's like that wet and gushy, you know?
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's the issue.
Which is much more disgusting than the actual song lyric.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was a well-written little, like, you know, all the usual, and my teeth grew out of my head or whatever. It was, I thought it was worth noting that it was well done. And I like the idea of morph therapy. Now, there's a scene that you were talking about that you said you really liked. That's, you know, Cassie and Jake talking about whether or not he's a war criminal, right?
Yeah, I mean, I almost want to read the whole fucking section, but it's like 2 pages long because it really is one of my all-time favorite bits in the whole book here. I don't know if I should do it or not.
Maybe just like a sentence or two.
I don't even know what sentence to pick there. But there, listen, it's a whole section where Jake and Cassie and Marco and to some extent Axe are all talking about Jake's feelings of guilt and culpability for the things he's done, for the murders he's committed, especially those 17,000 prisoners that he killed. Right. And Cassie's saying, you know, she has the thing, she says, like, you can't equate the victim and the perpetrator. And Jake responds, oh, so as long as you're playing defense, it's not possible to commit a war crime? Because that's pretty close to just saying the winner makes the rules because it's the winner who writes history. And Cassie is like, no, it's totally correct that, like, you know, there's a lot of moral gray area, but this one is very clear cut. And Jake's like, I don't even care if it's clear cut. My problem is I loved it. I loved killing them. I felt it was right to do so. I was like, die, you filthy vermin. Fuck you. I enjoyed it.
Marco actually says that.
Yeah. But Jake's like, yes, that's right.
Right.
That's what I felt. Yeah. And Marco's like, yeah, well, you know what? You don't get to be a war criminal by thinking bad thoughts, right? Like, the fact that you were enjoying winning has nothing to do with what you were doing is wrong. And Cassie is just not into it, right? Like, Cassie just, like, cannot back this up. And it ends on this hanging note where, it's like everyone runs out of things to say. And what I really like about it is that, like, everybody's coming into it with different feelings. Everybody's making points. And in the end, nobody changes their minds. Nobody is convinced and nobody is right. Like, there is no answer to this question. There is no right answer. Everything is wrong in some way. And, like, I just love this so much. It's like the real true horror of war and of all of these kinds of things is that there is no such thing as a clean one. There is no such thing as a clean war, right? Like, you can't just say this is good, this is bad. If you choose war, if you choose to go to war, you are accepting in that choice that great evil is going to be done, that you are not going to come out of it a good guy. You are going to do works of great evil. And that is, and to the point where there's no real justifying it. But sometimes you have to, and sometimes it has to be justified somehow. But you better have a damn good reason for it. And I don't know, like, this bit of writing here just really gets at that theme in a very, like, profound and uncomfortable way that I really, really like.
Yeah. I mean, did we talk about it? how we actually feel about, like, do you think Jake is a war criminal? Because I kind of think he is.
Yeah, I do think he is.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you said Cassie doesn't quite get behind it. I kind of felt like she does. Doesn't she kind of try to argue to Jake that he isn't, that he's a good person and blah, blah, blah?
Well, she tries, but after Marco says that, he enjoyed the killing and he liked seeing them suffer, it says, Cassie seemed less certain, far less. She seemed ready to join in with Marco, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She tried to hide it, but there was this look in her eyes, this sideways look at me. Like, she, at the very end of it, like she is finding excuses for Jake because she needs to be able to excuse herself, but in the end, she can't actually bring herself to say that this is not some great evil that is, like, forever a stain on your soul, right? Like in some sense, she really does feel that.
Yeah, even before that, I was trying to figure out if she was doing this. Is she justifying this for Jake's sake or for her own sake?
Right.
And does she really even believe it? And, or is she just, is it all, I mean, I guess probably the answer is like yes to both and no, she doesn't. Or I don't know. Maybe she does now to some extent believe some of it. I don't know.
Yeah. And I love the bit where Jake says, okay, so, again, if you're playing defense, you can't commit war crimes. That is like saying that, because who's playing defense, right? That is such a difficult question. It really seems like what you are saying is the winner, the powerful, gets to decide who was right and who was wrong after it's all said and done in hindsight, and then gets to declare what was and wasn't a war crime. And to be fair, that is how it works. That doesn't mean that is how it, like, the ethics of it work, but that is how it works in real life.
Yeah.
It's not good or easy or simple. The K. Applegate has a statement to make with all of it.
She sure does. She's got a few of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It is. Yeah, it's very good, complicated stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a powerful bit here. There's a lot of bits of language describing Jake's PTSD that feel extremely evocative. The bit where he talks about, like, my life was divided into 3 parts before, during, and after the war, and that middle section was so overwhelming, so big, it made the other 2 portions seem dim and dark and dull. That's how I felt now pretty much all the time. Dark, dull, slow and stupid, distracted but not by anything in particular. Right, like, it's such a very specific iteration of it. Like, reading it as a kid, it's so just, like, crushing and depressing because you're like, oh my god, this is not the hero I wanted.
I wonder if she, like, did research or if she interviewed vets or something, because it reads as very real.
Yeah, it doesn't read like, oh, and then I flinched because I heard a bad noise or whatever
Right.
the trope for how it feels like. No, this is like a super specific experience.
I don't know if I've brought this up before because we've kind of talked about this idea before of the, like, coming back from the war and being changed.
Mm-hmm.
I always think about, like, prison too. About, I feel like there's a lot of movies and TV shows where they get out of prison.
I think about prison. Actually, I think about movies and TV shows about prison. I don't think about real prisoners.
No, why would I think about them? They deserve what they got. But, it's a similar thing where it's like you get, you just can't function in society anymore. If you've been inside of this system for so long, whatever it may be. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I have a bit here. Some of these bits, I don't know if we should wait for them because there is, like, an outside bit where K.A. Applegate talks about, you brought up the Return of the King before, and she said that she was directly inspired by Frodo at the end of The Lord of the Rings. Like,
wow,
it's over, but he can't really go home again because he has changed, type of thing. And she wanted to do something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about that yet.
Yeah, that's fair.
I did just want to say, Jake's PTSD, is that post-taxon stress disorder?
Pretty good. Not great, but pretty good.
And also, I also want to say this special Yerk prison was built in Kansas. Candronasis? Kansas Drona?
You really wanted to say that?
Yeah,
You had that thought, and then rather than just it flying out of your brain immediately because it wasn't worth it, you thought, let's make a note of that one.
Yes, I wrote that down. I did write that down.
Okay, good.
I just wrote Candronasis with a question mark. I added the possible punch up of Kansas Drona.
Mm-hmm.
Listeners, let us know which one you prefer.
It is important to punch up rather than down, so I'm glad you did that little punch up.
Next section.
Well, all right. So, I mean, we got to be basically done, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably about the end of the book.
We did a time skip of a year. Visser went. He got arrested for war crimes. So that's
everything's wrapped up in a neat little bow.
That could have been the end.
Sure.
2-year time skip.
Whoa!
Now they're all 19. You know what that means?
Come on. Let's hold off on that.
Yeah, I mean, actually, before I even go in, when you got to this point and you read 2 years later, and you saw you had a third of the book left to go.
Yeah.
What is going through your head?
I mean, I'm excited. I'm having a good time. And also, I did say, they're all legal now.
Right. No,
except Rachel. I don't want anyone getting any fucking ideas out there. She will never be legal.
I think Tobias was probably, like in bird years, probably already,
Maybe. But
how do Andalite years work? Is Axe legal yet?
I don't know what the Andalite of consent is. That's something to figure out later. But yeah, all you fanfic writers, this is another gift to you.
This is the only part of the story you're allowed to write your fanfics about if they are in any way erotic. If you go before this point, then we have a problem.
That's right. But even this way, as long as as long as the 40 and 50-year-olds are writing about 19-year-olds, it's not creepy and gross.
Listen, most of the fanfic we read was probably written by 11-year-olds. So
yeah, right. That's very true.
Except for the ones from like fucking 2020. Those were written by 40 and 50.
Anyway.
All right. So Axe, we get an Axe, our Axe perspective chapter. Axe is now the captain of an exploratory ship called the Intrepid, and he is out with a crew of Andalites trying to track down the escaped Blade ship around the edge of space and mop up the Yerk Empire, all that. He's out there. A fighter pilot named Caloras reports to First Officer Mendarash Postil Fastil. That's a good name, right? You like that?
Yeah.
He reports to Mendarash and to Axe that there is some kind of weird ship out here. It's this huge thing, bigger than a dome ship, and it's outfitted for battle, but there are no signs of life on it. Axe leads a party out to investigate, and they find Earth DNA. They see some Dracon tech. There's evidence of the Blade ship being here. We cut to Jake. Jake has sort of gotten his life on track a little bit. He is functioning now. He currently teaches a class on morphing to an elite anti-terror force with people selected from all these different countries by different Earth governments. He lives near Marco now. He sees him sometimes. He still wishes he could see Tobias. He and Cassie do talk occasionally, but they have moved on, right? Cassie is with someone else. Jake is kind of doing his own thing. But Jake is here. He's teaching this morphing class, and he is met by an Andalite named Kasath Winwall Escarouth, and Mendarash, of course. Mendarash Postil Fastil. And Mendarash is the only confirmed survivor of the Intrepid. Catastrophe has struck. It turns out that giant ship was operational and alive or something and fired on them. There was direct evidence that the Blade ship specifically was there, and there is also reason to believe that Axe may still be alive. However, problem. All right, ready for this? The ship has gone into Kelbrid space. Now, the Kelbrid are another alien empire, and they are very warlike. Think like maybe Klingons. Now, the Kelbrids and
Oh,
the
no, really?
Andalites, they they have a treaty with each other, and so neither of them enter each other's space or they'll go to war. So the Andalites want Jake to lead this off the books expedition, right? And be like, I don't know, some human just stole a ship and went in there, not affiliated with Andalites, not an Andalite thing. So Jake has to lead this off the books expedition into Kelbrid space to go looking for Axe, and Mendarash, as a human Nothlit, will accompany him on this mission. She really couldn't help herself. She just couldn't.
There's been worse. It's not
It's
that
true.
crazy.
But in the context of we've had our epilogue, we've ended the story, we've had our epilogue, our characters have moved on, we've seen where they all are. Hey guys, the Kelbrid, a strange alien attack, this totally new empire, multiple new. Holy shit, she could not help herself.
I suppose you could have. You could just stop before reading this section. Not really, though, because there is still some, I feel like, more resolution to come that you need.
There is more resolution to come, and I do think the ending is good. But she could have written, a normal person would not have written this part.
Here's the thing. You just didn't. There's no reason for the Kelbrids to exist. Everything that happens could still have happened and be exactly the same. Just the ship got lost, or it could have been at least an alien race we already knew about. It could have been anything in space that could be dangerous.
The only reason is to give an excuse as to why the Andalites would send Jake out as opposed to one of their own guys to look for.
You don't need. Just say he's an Animorph. You guys are Animorphs. Do you want to head the mission up? And he's like, yeah. That's all.
People might be like, is that maybe a plot hole? Because they probably would have sent an Andalite, and while that's technically right, nobody would care.
Those people are called Seropedia editors, and they can suck my dick.
Yeah, we don't care. It's fine. But yes, there is no reason that Kelbrids had to exist. No Kelbrids are going to show up in the book.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't actually see any Kelbrids. But they're here.
This Andalite ship section is KA just fully exercising her Star Trek fan fiction muscles.
Yeah.
That's
the
all
war
this
is over. It's peacetime, so now we get to do Star Trek.
It's a fun idea, and it makes sense that Axe is, his mission. They're still looking for this blade ship. There's this lingering thread out there.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike America, it turns out, when war is over, the Andalites actually reduce their military.
That's true.
They don't just invent another war.
Yeah, that's right. They don't. Well, we'll talk about that, actually.
Okay. That's interesting, kind of unexpected. That does feel a little incongruous with what we know about Andalites. Yeah. I don't know.
Yes, no, I do agree with that. There is some discussion of that, at least. That's not just kind of thrown out there. Axe says, I'm supposed to want to retire. Warriors are supposed to want to retire, but I'm really gonna go watch some flowers bloom now. I fought, and he talks about how the other Andalites are all jealous of him because he gets to lead a ship that's still going out and cleaning up and doing battle, and they have to go home to their families and stop fighting. There are some bits in here about man, he gets to still see battle. What the heck? That's not fair.
Although, does he really? Aren't they just flying around space looking for one ship? How much do they actually get to do on a daily basis?
That's a perception thing for sure. Because, I think Axe is out here looking for action. And it's just but there isn't any. It's boring.
But for some reason, they all love this position. They're all excited to be on that ship. But
because they might. It might still happen. It could.
It could happen. I like all this Earth lore as well, that there's now terrorists who are attacking the aliens on Earth and
Mm-hmm.
all this kind of stuff. It's like this is just a whole, this could be again like a whole last series. This stuff.
Yeah,
It's,
I do think it's very interesting. There's this whole like, well, now that the aliens are here, maybe there's some sense of like, well, the aliens kind of brought world peace, but it didn't bring the end of conflict. Now there's terrorists, there's doomsday cults, there's conspiracy theorists who think the Andalites are attacking.
Mhm.
There's straight racists who want to kill the Andalites and Hork-Bajir and whatever. It's very it I think that if this book had come out post 9/11, this would almost read as a dog whistle, right? Like as like a terrorism. We got to watch out for terrorists. It's the terrorists. You got to go after them. I think it's very funny that you've got this rising terrorist threat as like this new focal point as in a pre 9/11 book.
It is, yeah. That's something to consider. That in universe, this is what 2004. Yeah,
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. 9/11 probably did not happen.
I don't know. It feels like it. Yeah, I guess it. Yeah, probably with aliens, that probably changed a lot of things.
Yeah, they probably flew the planes into the Andalite consulate. I don't fucking know. What do you
But what about Dome Ship 7?
Dome ships. That's right.
Okay. We're having fun.
We are. Oh yeah, I'm loving that.
Um what was I even going to say? I mean, there a lot of things happen here that I like.
Hmm.
I don't like that Cassie's dating some new guy. I want to beat that prick up. That's fine. We can talk about that later. They
Hmm.
refer to Rachel and Tobias as the forgotten Animorphs, which I think is kind of fun. We have there's the auxiliary, the forgotten, the true survivors, the dream team. There's a lot of good, subdivisions of Animorphs.
Yeah, I don't know. And I guess I think when I was younger, when I was a kid, I did kind of think of that also being a little bit tragic that Rachel and Tobias are the forgotten Animorphs. Just like, yeah, they don't go on press tours. They aren't alive. Nobody, you know. Oh yeah,
Well,
they exist too, I guess.
yeah, right. It seems like everybody knows. It feels like they call them that. It's almost like the fifth Beatle or something. It's like,
Hmm.
yeah, they're not John and George and Ringo, but like everybody knows who they are still,
But
probably.
like, man, when you're reading the series, you're not like, yeah, there's Jake, Marco, Cassie, and Axe. Then there's also Rachel and Tobias. They're a little bit like no, like, and
Yeah, yeah,
they're pretty prominent.
yeah.
Maybe
I
not
would say, I
Tobias.
would
He's kind
say
of a
so.
bird.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they didn't publish all those books. That would have helped. Jake does say he wrote a book here after
Hmm.
pressure. He hated writing a book, this in spite of having written books consistently over the past 3 years of his life. But that's neither
He
here nor
just
there.
made the logs. He did the ghostwriters did the.
Right. You mentioned Andalites, and we're talking about how they were going to, capitalism infecting their homeworld. I really liked this detail that Andalites saved the tobacco industry.
Because they like eating cigarette butts. Yeah.
That's, I mean, that's also kind of feels like a very naive, hopeful pre 9/11 idea that tobacco, like cigarettes, are going away. Like we're
Yeah.
all,
I mean, the tobacco industry is a lot more dead than
yeah,
it used to be. Although
that's
maybe
true.
vapes saved it in our world. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Vapes, andalites, what have you. Is KSATH related to Axe, or is this just a name? What's
This
the
is
deal?
just a name. She goes out of her way to reuse these. In fact, one of the other Andalites here has a Scimitar
Scimitar.
in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
an Alaran name, and I do not think they're. Yeah,
But
it's just.
I mean, this is just my, because I'm a human.
Mhm.
But because it's not, Scimitar wasn't his last name. It's not Karas.
Hmm.
Whereas Escaruth at the end feels like it's unnecessarily confusing, especially if you're a kid reading this. I'm like, we only know the names of like 10 Andalites in the whole series. Why do you got to give them both the same third name? Like it's
So,
just trying to
me,
confuse me.
here's my idea: is that all of those are just the Andalite words for like. So their names they just have three names now. They're called like Grass Moon Flower or something.
Right.
And Escaroth probably means grass.
Yeah, I mean, sure, that's fine. I get that, but they never say that. No one ever like Jake could be like, "Oh, are you related?" Like they could talk about it, but they don't. So it just makes me
Nope.
confused. It just makes me go like, "Is he supposed to be? Like, did I miss something? What is this? It's weird."
I think
Whatever.
that is intentional. I think K.A. Applegate wanted,
She
like,
wants
I
to fuck with me
legitimately think she just
specifically.
wanted to fuck with people. Yeah, you specifically, but I do think, I think in one of the Q&As she said, like, what if I just give him the same name, haha, just to make no sense, fuck you.
Yeah, that sounds like her.
That is her deal.
Let's see. Menderash.
Yeah,
He,
he's here.
he's kind. I mean, this is pretty crazy. He just becomes a Nothlit for the good of his species.
Yeah, man, Andalites are all about honor and following rules. He was told, he's the only survivor of the ship, so it's his duty. And he can't be an Andalite, so you better go Nothlit. That's what you get for being the only survivor.
To be fair, I mean, he's got cinnamon buns, so it's kind of an upgrade.
Mm.
I do wonder
I
what
mean,
human he morphed. They don't tell us who he is.
that's true. I wonder who that was. Could have been anybody,
Or
really.
could have been a he-jack or whatever the fuck they call it. When you do multiple at once. What's that called? What
Frolus
A
maneuver.
Frolus maneuver. I was close. There's so many little details here. I mean, I could just keep like,
Yeah.
there's terror. Jake has a security team because terrorists are trying to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
I really thought it was funny when his driver says, "Kind of hot out today," and he says, "Yeah, but it's a dry heat." Just what a funny exchange to make him say.
Yeah, that is the sort of line you'd see in like a movie where you have to like fade in and the conversation's not supposed to be happening yet, but the characters are supposed to be talking.
Right. I don't know. We could keep going if you don't have any. I don't know what you.
Yeah, no, I mean it's all basically just a bunch of little details, which there are a lot of little details in this book. I do like, we're basically done with the war criminal and PTSD stuff to some, well, not the PTSD stuff, but we're pretty done with the war criminal stuff, but I like, there is a bit here where Jake's like, man, if anyone cares that person called me a war criminal, it sure doesn't seem like that mattered at all. Like, I felt so shitty and I felt so guilty and culpable, and then we all just moved on, and it does not matter. It didn't impact me at all. It didn't affect my career. Didn't affect how I'm treated. It just doesn't matter. Who cares? And I like that too.
Yeah. Yeah. He's still the fucking war hero.
Yeah, he's the war hero, man. He's whatever.
Nobody on Earth. I mean, no humans really have a concept of what a yerk is.
That's true. Yeah, there's no speaker for the dead book.
No.
About what yeah, humans probably are just like, yeah, the yerks are all evil monsters.
Yeah, I mean, you literally, I'm sure, yeah, they're like, they know what they are. They've seen a picture of one probably, and they're like, yeah, you killed a bunch of those. Who gives a shit? Like,
there's only one yerk they've probably ever actually heard speak, and that's Visser 3 at his trial.
Well, I suppose that other than there are the freed hosts who formerly had yerks in their heads, but they probably have a bit of a bias against them.
Most likely true. Do you think there's like yerk resistance people who formed friendships with their humans, and now there's like an underground, like the humans are now a resistance and they're keeping their old yerk friends hidden so that they don't have to get forced into Nothlits?
I'd love to think that there are.
That would be cool.
There's a lot of questions and open ends of what exactly happened to all the people who had yerks in their heads. There's probably like former controller support groups, there's there's all kinds of shit to deal with there. But yeah.
Yeah, there's so much shit. It is crazy how much of that kind of like, here's a stupid question about what might happen that this book does in fact just get into or like throw away a sentence about.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's the last hurrah. It's the last time to get all this out there.
That's right.
All right.
All right.
These next 3 chapters
We're doing good on time. We're doing good. Yeah, go ahead.
In a chunk. And here's the thing, I do feel like we could fucking spend an hour on each one of these next upcoming chapters. We're gonna control ourselves, but all right. So, okay, Cassie is out with her boyfriend and sort of colleague, I guess, Ronnie Chambers. She's dating this new guy. They are out hiking on a mountain. They are scouting like possible extensions of Hork-Bajir territory. As they are out hiking together, Cassie looks up and sees a bird approaching on the horizon, and she realizes that this is Jake. And Ronnie kind of awkwardly scampers on ahead, like, I don't know if I want to be around for this. Jake shows up and informs her about Axe's situation and his plans to go out and get him. Cassie desperately wants to keep her life here, but says she'll go. And Jake is like, listen, I'm not asking you, right? You are where you're supposed to be. You are doing what you need to be doing. I am here not to conscript you, but to ask you where Tobias is. Don't tell me you don't know. I know you know where Tobias is. So she does. And they say goodbye, and Jake leaves, and that is the last time they ever see each other.
That we know.
Meanwhile, it basically says that.
Yeah, but my headcanon may say otherwise.
Okay. Meanwhile, okay, so Tobias is out in a meadow. He's being a bird. He's been being a bird for 3 years now. When Toby shows up with Jake and she's like, sorry, Tobias, here's Jake. Tobias is going to be like, fuck off and leave. But Jake's like, it's about your shorm, Axe. So Tobias is like, he sighs and he goes with Jake. Marco is, of course, still rich and famous. He is at his mansion, seaside abode, place, whatever, morphing into a lobster in his swimming pool for fun when Jake shows up. Jake tells him what's up, and he's like, all right, I'm in. But, Jake, you gotta understand, we are gonna end up right back where we were, right? Like, you did good before because you didn't care about doing the right thing, just making the call. And if you start second-guessing yourself like you've been doing and fucking around, we're all gonna be dead. Jake does not seem to take this in or heed this warning, but Marco goes with him anyway because what else is he gonna do? Alright, so we have 3 chapters here, and each one is kind of like a little, like, this is a summation of where this character is at 3 years in.
This is our opening of the Avengers. Natasha's going around, she's got to get the Hulk, and she's got to go get Iron Man.
Yeah, in a sense, it's also like the beginning of Endgame in that we're really kind of just looking at like, all right, where are we now?
As long as we know that we're dealing with the Marvel Cinematic Universe,
yes,
which, as has been established on this podcast numerous times, is sort of the gold standard for comparisons of storytelling and fiction.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
You want to start with Cassie?
Yes, that makes sense. I think we start with Cassie.
All right.
Now, 5 out of the 6 Animorphs don't get last names. You know who gets a last name? Ronnie fucking Chambers.
Well, listen, when she names characters, she'd have given them all last names if she were allowed to at the beginning, K.A. Applegate would have, and you wouldn't have liked the names they got.
Well, I don't like this one. Fuck Ronnie Chambers. Kick this nerd in the dirt. I fucking hate this guy. He's an asshole.
You're just jealous. You're just mad because...
Oh, really? You think it's okay that he's 6 years older than Cassie?
Whatever, she's 19 now.
What the fuck? Cassie,
she's
this
very
is
mature
bad
for her
news.
age.
Girl, this is bad fucking news. Don't
place her choices. She is an adult. She can do whatever she wants.
No, she is not an adult. She is a child, and she does not have the agency to make a decision like this. Not in my house. Anyway, Ronnie Chambers is listen to that name. That's the name of a rapist. Come on. Ronnie Chambers? That's not a good man.
I got to admit, when I was a kid, I did not like Ronnie Chambers either. It was very threatening to be like, this whole book, Jake and Cassie are supposed to get together, and then here's just this other guy who's with Cassie, and they're just together, and like, that's just supposed to be normal.
Hate it.
I didn't like it.
Nope, you can. That's only okay if it's like a Ghostbuster situation and you have a fun kind of a banter with Jake and Cassie, and then she dumps the loser.
No, Ronnie's the guy for her. Jake is not the
No,
guy for her.
Ronnie is not the guy for her.
Jake was the guy for Cassie
up.
in the war, but
No.
Jake has never moved on from the war,
up.
and Cassie has. Cassie is not the person she has moved on. She is growing and developing, and Jake is stagnating.
No, you're just saying things, and it's bullshit.
It's true though.
I know it's not true.
Cassie has a life.
No, Ronnie Chambers is gonna fucking fall off a cliff. I'm gonna push him like Marco's fucking mom. I'm sure, by the way, that you're loving this. Oh, now Cassie's into fucking hiking. I'm sure this is. Oh man, she's your dream girl, a dirty animal lover has bad clothes and.
Now she's getting sponsorship requests from Patagonia instead of Walmart, which is a real expensive brand and not a cheapo brand.
Right, but she's not accepting the requests.
No, of course not.
Anyway, she also mentions that
not as much as Crazy Helen. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay,
as far as the dream girl sitch,
I'm glad that's on the record. They talk a little bit more. Cassie says there's another Animorphs movie coming out, and she says there's
a sequel.
Yeah, she says there's an actress playing her who's like skinnier than her or something.
She's like, what? I don't even know, a foot taller and 20 pounds lighter or whatever the hell she says.
Right. Now I have a theory. I was trying to figure it out. I have a theory.
Yeah.
I have a theory about who was playing Cassie in the Animorphs movie.
Oh shit! Who do you think was playing Cassie?
Well, in 2003 or so,
yeah,
there is someone who did some acting who would have been around 22 years old at the time, which is and pretty famous, and I think that's about the right age to be playing a high schooler in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
And she had a movie that came out just the previous year that was a pretty big movie.
Mm-hmm.
And that movie was Goldmember, and I think Beyonce played Cassie.
Holy shit.
It all lines up.
I think you're right.
Up. Yeah.
I think you're 100% right.
She's tall. Beyonce's tall.
Yeah. No, this makes sense.
Too much sense. It can't be a coincidence.
It's not. You're right.
K.A. probably
solved
knew
the puzzle.
Like Goldmember was probably announced, so she knew that was coming. What else do we say? I honestly, most of my stuff had to say was just about Cassie. I don't know what else is there to talk about.
I mean, so in terms of Cassie. I mean, so we said earlier that Cassie and Marco are the only two survivors here. I really do think Cassie is the only real survivor. And we can talk about that when we do Marco. Maybe it makes more sense to do Tobias first, so it's easier for you to just go through in chronological order. But like, it is very strange and disconcerting, especially to like when you're a kid, to like see this person have like a life progression the way you would expect if you're an adult. The way that you would kind of be like, yeah, I mean, like, you're still young, man. A couple of years, you'll be doing something different. You'll be a different person. You'll be moving on. And when you're a kid, it's just like, but that's Cassie. That's the character. I mean, even in an adult story, it's not that. It's pretty common for people to just kind of get stuck in one place. And yeah, I mean, like, to see her actually seem to develop as a person is, I don't know. There's
upsetting.
She's doing it in a way that the other Animorphs are not. And in a way that makes it feel like she is actually healing. She is growing. She has somehow held onto herself in a real way.
Yeah, this is something I don't like in real life either, when people I know develop and change. Because I don't.
Right, fair.
So it's like, ugh, come on.
Yeah, we're just sitting here birds in our trees, right?
Damn right. I'm Marco. I mean, we ended up as these two characters who we already started out as. Right. I guess I'm not like rich and famous, but I am, I'm living a lie, pretending to be happy. and you're a bird who removed himself from human society.
That's right. That's right. Listen, it was written truthfully, so that's how it turned out in the book. She's not sugarcoating it. Now, yeah, I mean, like, the Tobias thing, Tobias being a bird here, not unexpected throughout the series, but still very tragic to actually see.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's he's living that good hawk life. We get a little clip of him, a little scene of him, I feel like a little bit again KA is kind of, she's like going to the greatest hits a little bit, not in a way that feels like fan servicey or like retreading old ground, but just like, yeah, we get one last scene of Tobias just being a hawk, it's which is kind of nice. Trying to eat a vole or whatever. Also, he does. Oh no, he doesn't necessarily morph into a human. That's true, but he does morph into other animals sometimes.
Yeah, he morphs into other animals sometimes in order to like scare away whatever's in the area or something.
I think maybe he might morph into a human. Like, there might be some times where he's like, I just want to eat a Whopper or something. I feel like it comes in handy once in a while. He just like feels like doing some human thing. And he goes back.
Yeah, there's a bit in here where there's these two there's this like couple. There's these two campers there, and they're like having a good time, and they love each other. They're the couple that maybe he and Rachel could have been, and he keeps and he hates them because he's like, yeah, I hate these two. They're reminding me of being fuck these guys. There's a great bit there where he's like, I was trying to pretend that it wasn't a big deal to me, and he has the quote, if there's one great lesson to surviving alone, it's this: don't lie to yourself. I was all I had, and I had to tell myself the truth, and the truth was that their presence bothered me. So, like, at this point in the story, he's planning on, I don't know, morphing a bear and driving him away or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that is a great little passage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so maybe, and listen, he can't lie to himself. He's learned that lesson, so maybe you're right. Maybe sometimes he's like, I want a Whopper. If I try to pretend I don't want a Whopper, then that's just gonna fuck me. I gotta go get that Whopper. I can't pretend I don't want it.
Or maybe it's a Big Mac because he brings it to Rachel's grave and he eats the Big Mac. That's kind of nice. That's kind of sweet. Well, you don't think that's sweet?
Maybe it's savory. A Big Mac? Well,
he dips it in his Frosty.
You're mixing up your
I know
fast food places. You of all people know better.
There's a great. I'm sorry. I'm just going through because I forgot to. There's like all this Cassie, Marco, Tobias, whatever. It's all kind of together. But there's another great moment where Cassie sees like Jake smiles the same way that Rachel kind of smiles, and she's like, "How had I never noticed that before?" So that's just a lot of very good little light touches of character moments.
What about the bogus Tobias sightings?
Oh yeah, that's very fun, that idea.
I think the History Channel has like a program that's like finding Tobias. It's like the Bigfoot shit or whatever. And
yeah.
People going out there like, oh, I think he might be in these woods. I saw a hawk. Oh, it's doing something crazy. That might be Tobias.
Pretty fun. Tobias also, this couple, he thinks they remind him of him and Rachel too. So that's maybe another reason they annoy him, is because he doesn't.
I think I said that. Yeah.
Did you say that? All right, whatever. I wasn't listening.
I think so.
Damn, I said this would be the first one I listened. I didn't.
I've only listened to half of what you said anyway. So.
Right. I mean, this again is another beating a dead Andalite, but did you like that? I throw that in there. You like that? Beating a dead Cassie's horse, beating a dead Rachel. But we don't have to talk about it. I've talked about it enough, but we do go back to Tobias, you got to help Axe because you're his shorm, and
Mm-hmm. I did have a little note about this because even though this is not in, you are right, this is not in the books, and it does feel right here somehow that Tobias, he can't actually get away from this. As much as he wants to be a bird, he can't actually get away. And even if he doesn't want to follow Jake, something's gonna pull him in. And I guess it might as well be the Shorm stuff, but yeah, it would be better.
I think it feels a little right because I think it's more the ghostwriter's fault. Not entirely. But it feels like clearly K.A. Applegate, this was her intention all along. And maybe if she had kept writing, we would have seen more of it. So it feels like she's almost a little like self-correcting. Like she's like, look, it's supposed to be in there. I'm doing what I can.
Yeah, because what she wrote 2 Axe and 2 Tobias books, and Michael Grant wrote another Tobias book, so presumably they worked together. And then after that, it's all ghostwriters.
I guess you would know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, it's like that, it's hard for me not to just harp on that, of just like, yeah, that should be a great, but also up until this point, I haven't heard Axe say anything about, hey, where's Tobias?
Yeah, right.
He doesn't seem to give a shit what the Animorphs are doing on Earth. So
yeah, what if he had that like that Giffinlin and Myrtle Thoughtspeak thing where he could always talk to Tobias. He doesn't know what meadow he's in, but he can talk to him because they're Shorms or something.
That'd be cool. Tobias, what's going on with Axe's scoop? Is it still there? Does Marco live there now? Oh, no, he does. Of course, he doesn't live there, but did he take some stuff out? Does he still watch that TV or something?
They probably had to get rid of it, or else it would have become like a tourist attraction.
Yeah. Marco actually lives in a mansion. Yeah. Yes, what?
Yes, he does. Oh, I was going to ask, did we ever look up how long birds live? Because they do actually mention here that Tobias is old for a bird.
I did. I looked it up for this episode.
Okay.
I guess I don't think I wrote it down, but I did. I think it's a red-tailed hawk, like lives around 20 years or 22 years or something.
He's not old for a hawk. That's only 3 years.
Well,
okay,
we don't know.
Come on, Tobias.
We don't know how old the hawk was when he first morphed it, though.
But then he already would have been old.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know. At least I think that's correct. Maybe I'm just misremembering.
You might be right. I don't know.
I think that's right.
Marco's mansion.
He's got a butler. Whose name his name is McPherson, but he calls him Weatherby because he just likes that.
Yeah, Marco's rich enough that he can just be like, I want my butler to be called Weatherby, and butler's like, very good, sir. Weatherby
great.
It is.
So funny.
Yeah, he's got some trophy girlfriend model actress too.
Yes, and his girlfriend is a foot taller than him. We stand a short king.
He also says his net worth is 9.4 million right now.
God bless him. I love him. Oh, also, it's really funny when he's turning into a lobster just for fun, I guess. And Jake's like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I dropped my keys at the bottom of the pool. Oh, yeah, because people who don't have lobster morphs just lose their keys forever when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things that I find interesting and good in this section is that, like, Jake is kind of on again here. Like, that kind of banter is like a Jake Marco banter from before, and it's not really conceivable from the section where he's, like, fucking out about being a war criminal, right? Like, there's something about being called back to some crazy mission alone in space that has kind of turned back Jake to himself, in a sense.
Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think
that is a thing.
It's reinvigorated him. He like this. He knows what his purpose is now. He has a purpose now. Like, instead of just drifting.
Yeah. He's back in the war, so everything is bright again. He's not dull and stupid.
Yeah. No, that's a good observation. Good job.
Thank you.
A couple other things. We did get to see Toby a little bit, who has, by the way, now gone full goblin mode.
You could put it that way, yes.
That's what they said. She's gone full goblin mode. Also, someone at some point mentions, I think Tobias says that the flute is a favorite instrument of hikers. Is this true?
Where
the fuck does this come from?
Flute?
That's what he says. He's like, oh yeah, they were playing. I think it's the couple like takes out a flute, and he's like, oh yeah, hikers love flutes. I'm not making this up. That's what he says.
No, I say. Listen, I'm not going to say that hikers aren't outdoorsy people aren't weird about instruments, because I certainly 100% believe that someone would just carry a flute along with them, or a pan flute, or an ocarina, or some bongos, or a harmonica, or like some kind of fucking weirdo instrument. Like, I believe any of these.
A zither.
I don't know that a flute is the favorite.
A didgeridoo. Yeah, I could believe a harmonica.
It does have to be carryable to some degree, unless you're like car camping. A
guitar.
To be honest, if you're car camping, I 100%, if somebody pulled out a didgeridoo, I'd be like, of fucking course somebody pulled out.
I guess he says hikers, not campers, so it would be.
Yeah, they are backpacking or something.
Yeah,
presumably.
This could have been an opportunity to bring back the Trekkies. Could have been like, hey, it's Richard's kids. They're grown up now.
Whatever happened to the characters from the Beaver book? That's what I want to know. I want to know more about the Beaver book.
The final shot of this should have been at the gravesite of Isaiah Henry.
That's right.
Okay.
Agreed. That's the primary problem with Animorphs.
Should we finish this book?
No, we need to talk about Marco.
We didn't talk about him enough?
No, so here's the thing. Because here's the question is Marco doing fine? I think that's because I feel like I have heard a number of people who read this as kids, and I feel like I've even seen KA imply in some interviews that Marco is kind of doing fine here, and I don't think that's true.
I think he's doing fine. I think he's happy. I think he has a good life. He's got all this shit together. I think everything is fine. Everything's fine. Stop asking. He's fine.
I think that Marco is functional, and that makes him look fine. But I don't think that Marco is actually fine beyond that functionality.
We see his POV. Oh, so you're saying he is an unreliable narrator? So
here's the thing.
So he probably loves Rachel.
There was a bit
by your own admittance.
There was a bit earlier where he says people might think this existence is empty, but you know what? I'm cool. But like, here's the thing: if he's happy with this life, he's got all these riches. And the moment Jake comes up and says, do you want to throw all of this away to go on a suicide mission with me? Marco says, yes, of course. In fact, there's a little bit later where Jake says, you would never have forgiven me if I didn't take you here. And Marco says, yes, that's true. Because, like, at the end of the day, in some sense, none of this actually means anything to Marco compared to what? The chance to go throw his life away at Jake's command again? Like, it seems to me that there is something fundamentally missing in Marco here. Like, he is functional. He operates. He can do all of these hedonistic, pleasurable things. But in some sense, I do not think that Marco actually kept his soul intact.
Well, I think he's just bored.
Okay, well, that's some riveting analysis over there. I'm really bored. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, I think I can go with you as far as sort of like a lesser version of Jake's thing, that he misses the action. I mean, even to a lesser extent of kind of even like a little bit of a shadow of Rachel, Marco has been. He liked the fight. He liked the action. He liked being part of a team and being with his friends and getting into trouble. I think he probably misses that to some extent. I don't see it as a piece of his soul missing. I think that's going too far, at least as it is depicted in this book. You could read that into it. I
don't mean that he's like an evil person or a bad person.
No, I understand.
I mean, okay.
You mean like he's like Jake, like he's
yes. I mean, like, well, because like here's the who does he interact with? Who does he have
all the hotties
connections
all
with?
The fucking hotties and Weatherby.
He doesn't give a shit about Weatherby. He likes having a butler.
He brings him Diet Coke.
His girlfriend, he's just like, yeah, I mean, she's not that smart, but she's hot. I don't know. He's hitting on everyone. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about any of it. He's just doing it to be doing it.
He's the star of Nick Kane, Detective.
The only
or
times
whatever.
he has actual conversations with people is when he talks to like Cassie or Jake. He's not. This life is
They
not
hang
actually
out.
like a
Jake
life
moved
that
next
he's
door and they
living.
play Doom. They're probably playing fucking
Yeah.
GameCube now.
It's just him and Jake. That's the only time he gets that connection is with this person from his
Yeah,
past.
you're right.
Fundamentally.
I mean, you're somewhat right. I still think he's doing pretty good.
I mean, listen, in the sense, it depends on what standards you're using, right? Like, in the sense of, does he function in society?
I
Yeah,
mean,
he's doing pretty damn good.
You're
But
describing
that is not the
me.
only standard.
You're just describing. You only interact with, like, me. How good can your life be?
But Marco has tons of interactions with other people. There's just no depth to them.
Sure,
right?
sure.
You just don't have a good life. Marco has what should be a good life, but it's like it's missing somehow.
I agree, but I just feel like that's kind of a general. I think that's very real and relatable, and I could see that being explored. But I feel like that's also just par for the course of being alive. I don't know that it's necessarily. It's not in the same way that Jake's like specifically has PTSD, as a result of the horrible shit he did. Like, I think he's just like he's going through a period of like ennui and boredom and.
I don't know that I agree with. Like, I think if it was just that, he probably would not literally run out to go do this mission that he might not come back.
Nah, he's excited. He wants to get the band together. He loves being an Animorph. That's his passion. I
just look back and I just think like the earlier parts where he's like, I have no qualms about all the Yeerks we kill. I don't even like. I 100% agree with Rachel and Tom dying. Sad, but it is what it is. I think back to him basically abandoning Nora to whatever fate she had because he thought there was a chance that his dad and mom might get back together. I think that
wonder what they're doing.
Something about Marco's ability to connect with other people has been reduced. That's what I think.
Why do you so badly want me to be unhappy?
I think the book wants you to. Did you read this book and think that this book wants you to be happy?
Yeah, it's fun. Marco gets a butler, having a good time. Why you gotta focus on all the negatives? You're doing that. That's you. That's not the book. Yeah, you're bringing that.
I don't feel like it's an odd opinion to say that this book is like it leaves you with this very like depressed and unsettled and unhappy and unfulfilled feeling.
I don't know. I was smiling. I was having fun.
All right. Well, maybe you've lost part of your soul too and can't connect with other human beings.
Weatherby's bringing me Diet Cokes. I got nothing to complain about.
I was reading media. I experienced some form of media. That's all I care about. Movies, books.
Oh, fuck
That's all there is.
Yeah. 5 bags of popcorn, motherfucker.
All right. I guess we can
look. You made some valid points. I don't feel as strongly to the extent that you do, but I understand your perspective.
All right.
So fucking give it a rest. Jesus.
We can finish the book.
Fuck. You just so badly want to go for 4 hours.
I do. I want to hit that 4-hour mark. All right. Jake, Marco, Tobias, Menderash, and 2 of Jake's anti-terror group people, Sergeant Santorelli and a beautiful French lady named Jean Gerard. I don't know how to pronounce that in French.
Gerard.
Jean Gerard. Who Marco, of course, keeps hitting on. They all head out on this mission. They do this sneaky thing where they knock out some Andalites and steal an Andalite ship from an airfield, which Menderash is not happy about how easy it is, of course. They use this to reach a Yeerk ship in orbit and steal it so that they have a non-Andalite vessel to pilot into Kelbrid space. Remember those Kelbrid? Sure. And they name this ship the Rachel. So they're out here in the Rachel. After 6 months of poking around Kelbrid space, they've seen no Kelbrids, no Blade ship, until finally the Blade ship runs into them. They are hailed by Efflet 1318 of the Sulp Nyar pool. They claim to be Yeerks Rakich 4691 of the Fletnayar pool. They say the Empire's destroyed. They were hoping to join up with the rumored blade ship, whatever. But, okay. They are asked to place themselves under the command of the One, which seems to be some kind of Eldritch Borg thing. The one who is many, the one who is all, who has subsumed all of the Yeerks in the blade ship and possibly all of the Kelbrids too. They didn't see any. So anyway, the presence of the One is invoked. And they like project a hologram in, and it's some kind of machine alien that morphs into an evil looking axe with a massive toothy mouth. And he's like, I am the one who is all, I am your friend, I know you're lying, I see you, Jake, and soon you will be me too. And Jake's like, I don't know if we can beat this thing in a fight. And he makes this crazy decision, and the last line of the book is Jake giving the order to ram the blade ship. The end of Animorphs the series.
No notes. I think we're done. Speaks for itself, doesn't it?
She had to. What do you do without the One?
Okay, before we get there.
Yeah.
Before we get to that. Because there is in the universe of the book, many months pass before this happens. They say they are in space for many months.
Yes, I believe it is 6, but yes.
For some
reason,
it's
a lot.
I wrote many. I didn't know they said a number. I don't know.
Maybe they say many and 6. Maybe it ends up adding into years. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Which, by the way, is a long ass time for Axe to be missing. Like, at that point in time, you might just assume he's dead. Like, that's a long time.
Yes. So, I mean, that makes a good point. 1 year time skip, 2 year time skip, 6 month time skip, right?
Right. Yeah. But before any of that, even the Rachel, when they all named the ship the Rachel, this was the scene that got me. This was the scene that really got me.
I believe it.
That felt like, a lot of times in movies and fiction, I feel like it's not necessarily the sad stuff that affects me emotionally as much as it is the sort of, I don't know, like the sweet or wistful or other emotions other than just the straight up, like, a character died, which can be sad, but it's a little like, it's just a little, I don't know, for whatever reason, that's my personal chemistry. But this felt like it was really the culmination of, like, it just made me really think about Rachel's death in a more meaningful way. And I thought it was an extremely moving tribute to her as a character. And it just felt like you're seeing all the Animorphs together and they come up with this name. It was like a perfect moment. It
is nice. They do a whole thing about how, like, Rachel would have loved it. It captured Yeerk ship, this out on a suicide mission in space with no way to come back, and this is what Rachel would have actually wanted. It is nice. It does a good job memorializing her.
Yeah, it's great. It got me. It was good. She's I mean, this is what she wanted in life. This is her persona. is a blade ship or whatever this is.
Yeah. This thing.
Yeah, this thing. So that's all of that was great. I mean, and even just the setup of it, of like, oh, we have to name the ship. Oh, on Earth we name ships after women. It was just like perfectly executed.
Yeah, it was really good, and yeah.
By the way, they at one point they say that being in Z space is like, I get this right, is like being buried in marshmallow sauce.
I think that's because everything's white and there's no detail.
What the fuck is marshmallow sauce? Like melted marshmallow? Is that a thing?
Take it up with K. Applegate.
What the fuck's she talking about?
I don't even think that's the weirdest description of Z-Space in the series.
Okay, whatever. We don't need to dwell on that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, before we talk, I do want to dwell on the bit where Marco is flirting with
Yeah.
Jean. Yeah, and she's like, "Oh, but what could I possibly do to repay you? Oh, I know. Perhaps someday I could introduce you to my cousin Michelle. She likes short men, even as short as you."
Yeah, except she's going, she likes short men, even as short as you.
Yeah, I wasn't going to bother trying to do it, but yeah.
I love
Michelle.
I love it. Give me this. Come on, 6 months on a spaceship? They banged. Come on. I can say that now. They're like 20 years old.
True. That's true.
You know they were banging. You know they were banging. Marco's probably banging everybody.
That's true. Marco's probably on Sergeant Santarelli too.
Oh yeah.
Let's be real.
Oh yeah. Sergeant Santarelli's like, I don't know how to operate this strange human body. I wish I had someone to guide me.
Jake finally gives in to Marco's advances as long as he wears the blonde Rachel wig.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry.
Jake's finally achieved
his
dream of being inside Rachel. I won't apologize for mine.
I don't think you need to. Folks, we're getting a little loopy. We're getting toward the end, and you know how it is.
We got to save this for our fan fiction episode. We're spending the good stuff here. Yeah. So we meet these Yeerks. I kind of forgot there's still human hosts on this ship, so that's kind of fucked up.
Yes, that is pretty fucked up.
They're really going for a ride. I mean, that's a life they're living.
That's sure true.
The One.
The One.
So
there sure are a lot of fan theories about The One and a lot of fan fiction about The One, and there sure is no reason to do any of that.
So, okay. As we said before, I had kind of heard going into this that this book was controversial or unsatisfying or whatever, but I didn't know exactly how.
Mm-hmm.
And it was up until this point, I was actively thinking like, what is everyone? This is great. Right. Like, this is everything's good. What are they? What's the issue?
And then you were like, did my copy get fucked up? Is there supposed to be another chapter?
Yeah, and also here's another thing. My copy also there's a letter from KA, and there's also mine has had a chapter from Remnants in it.
I believe that is in my copy as well. I think the chapter from Remnants is also here.
So it ends, because based on what I thought was left, it ends even sooner than I thought it was going to end. So, so it was really like, oh, it's almost over. Oh, it's over. Okay.
Yes.
Like, okay, I see now. I see what the thing is. I see now.
Sure is the thing. Yeah, and as a kid, you're even more just like, what? What do you mean?
Yeah. I mean, we do get this classic, look, in a way it is resolved in the sense that the Animorphs have been brought back together. Minus Cassie, but Rachel's here in the form of a spaceship, you know? The ones who belong here are here. And you have this kind of classic get ready for action, let's kick some ass, cut to credits, which I love. Usually, whenever a movie does that, I'm pumped. I think that's great. Give me that pump the shotgun, boom, credits. I'm walking out of there on a good. I'm happy. So that's I don't have really qualms with that. I mean, we could talk about The One. I
mean, at this point, you just got to put up with it, right? This is what you signed on for when you read Animorphs. There's going to be wacky stuff. She's going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, my only thing that and look, I think we save this for next week, but you know, what went through my head is the name that has not yet been invoked in this episode. Like Borg-like, android mechanical merging, species subsuming. It's like Krayak.
I did say Krayak already, yes, but yeah.
I didn't hear you say it. So I was like, to me, it's almost like not like it has to be Krayak, but it seems like, probably like the way they describe what Axe looks like. Just I was just waiting for the red light to get added to him. Like it kind of just seemed like pretty Krayak-y.
There are a lot of people who, or at least who did say like, oh, maybe this is the power that kicked Krayak out of his galaxy, or oh, maybe this is a third Elemist Krayak-like power. Maybe this, there's a lot of that sort of thing, and it's like, yeah, you can do that if you want, but like they're really in the text, it really is just she came up with another thing here. Yeah, it does seem like a Krayak thing, but that to me that feels fine because it kind of hammers home this idea, the Yeerk War. What if the Yeerk Empire succeeded and then ruled for 1,000 years? Well, Elemist and Krayak's game is going to probably take 100 million years, so that's like one tiny little move. That's nothing. So it's just like, all right, Yeerk thing ended. We won, sort of. But also, there's more shit going on. That game is not over. It's not even close to over. That thing probably is a Krayak pawn in some sense, right? Most likely, I would guess. So that, I don't know. Maybe he made it. I don't know.
Right? Yeah, I mean, you could kind of say or imagine that everything that's evil in the universe comes from Krayak.
Yeah. Or like Krayak was trying to make the one over in Kelbrid space and he won that one. And over here, he was trying to do a Yeerk takeover and he lost that one or something. I don't know. And now, whatever.
I don't know. There's really no like there's no real point in even speculating right now because it's not ever going to lead to anything. It doesn't matter in the scheme of things. It's just it's a device to have this. Here we go again. They're back at it. They're not just living their boring lives.
Here we go again.
Yeah, this is
Captain Underpants ending.
Oh, I thought you were doing Keenan and Kel.
Oh, that works too. Yeah.
Here it goes. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Guess it's different. So, as a device, it works. I mean, would it maybe have been, I don't know, better, but maybe more palatable if it, again, like with the Kelbrids, you didn't have to invent the one. It could have just been, oh, the Yeerks are attacking, let's go. And I think, honestly, that would be like, I think people would swallow that a lot easier. Because I think the thing that makes this potentially unsatisfying is that you're introducing something so new and weird. You inherently have a desire to understand what this is, and you never will know.
Yeah, I think
it's not that it's a cliffhanger. Like I think the fact that it's technically a cliffhanger of like. It's not, it wouldn't even be a cliffhanger if it weren't for that, really, because it's just like, oh, they're going on their next chapter of their lives. They have more adventures now. You don't need to see all of that.
Yeah, that's a little more optimistic than I read it, but yes, I do think that is.
I think we've established somehow in here that I'm the optimist on this show, I guess.
But like, yeah, I think you also do have to keep in mind that, again, when people are reading this, they were probably at the oldest like 12 or something. Right. So like there's a combination of a lot of things. There is what you're saying, you just introduced this crazy thing and I want to hear this story, and then you didn't tell me anything. And also, it's a cliffhanger, which automatically would have been less palatable for a kid. And you spent this whole book on this, like, very dour, depressing, like, oh my god, Jake is crumbling, and Jake and Cassie don't end up together. They're just moving separate ways. Like, what the hell is this? Yeah. And you put it all together, and you end up with a kid who comes out of it like, I don't know that I liked that ending.
Yes, that is 100% fair, and yes, I can imagine as a kid you just don't know what to even do with this.
Yeah,
I have made known my how I struggled with that one Simpsons episode that had a fake cliffhanger ending as a joke that I always thought would be resolved someday and wasn't. So I'm sure that if I had read this as a kid, it probably would have haunted me for my rest of my life. I don't know if it did you.
So I like this ending now. I think we are closer to on the same page than I expected to be.
Oh, interesting.
Um, yeah, because I do agree. I think that, generally speaking, when you have obviously an ending that doesn't give you a clean resolution, you have to ask the question, why isn't it doing that? There's a reason for it. And with this one, given the tone of the rest of the book, you're saying they're going on to their next adventure, they're doing another battle. Like, for me here, I read it more as we are moving into another fight scene because that is what is left for these characters, right? Jake needs another fight. He needs to be in a fight. Marco, in some sense, needs to be in another fight. He can't just keep being in this lifestyle. Tobias is either going to like rot away as a bird or be like, he needs to be here. Cassie got out, but the other characters, they're never getting out. Whether this goes wrong
Rachel
and they
got
die
out.
or they have a bunch more things,
Eric got out.
they're going to keep doing this until they die. That's how it is. Um, we also talked earlier about how it seems like the war is like it's over and it's peaceful now and everything is de-escalating instead of just turning into another war. There is some element here of like the truth of the matter is that like the end of one war is just signaling the beginning of another. Like we are in this lull, but it's going to come back. The war's going to start up again, but now it's going to be with the one. We've got this cycle going on.
You're not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess this is like it really is a glass half empty or half full thing.
Uh-huh.
But but I think the book has both. Like, Kay Applegate was definitely having fun writing this. Like,
that's true.
Like, yeah, there's an element of, they're stuck back in this endless cycle of violence. But it doesn't read that way. It reads like, it's Star Trek, baby. We're having fun. Let's fire at that ship. Fuck yeah. Rachel's here. Fuck yeah. We're awesome.
Yeah, it is true. There is some, I think in the letter, she says, like, I wanted him to go out, like, they came in, having, going off on a battle or something like
fighting,
that in her
going
closing
out
letter. Yeah, so like that, there is some truth to that too. And I think there's also two things informing that. One is that I kind of like unhappy endings in stories, honestly. And the other element is that, like, I guess somehow I didn't mention this when I talked about how you react to this as a kid, is that one of the biggest questions that I had and that a lot of the kids had is, so did they die? Right? Like we end with, we're totally outmatched.
Is Tony
We've got
Soprano?
yeah, exactly. We've got this giant Death Star thing aiming its laser cannon. We can't, or whatever, there's this blade ship. It's unassailable. We can't fight it. But Jake's going to do this suicide run. We're going to ram the blade ship, kamikaze it. And it's like, so did they survive? Did they win that fight? Did they die here? What happened? And so I think, like, as a kid, another part of the cliffhanger problem is this a sad ending or a happy ending? And so that kind of informs my idea of, like, listen, whether or not they survive this scenario, the point is that they're going to keep doing this scenario until they don't.
That's a good point that I hadn't really considered the full consequences of ramming your ship into another ship. Like I was kind of just going, oh, that's like battle cry, like let's go get him. But it's a good point that it is kind of a question of like, wouldn't that maybe potentially cause you to die? Maybe.
Yeah. Well, let me bring it back to something you will like in terms of that. So, and this is not something that I realized until I was an adult. In the Andalite Chronicles, Elfangor comes back from Earth. Right? Like he was on Earth with Lauren, and then the Ellimist sticks him back in the war. He sticks him back in the war in a fighter pilot in the middle of a battle. The first thing he does is he confronts Visser 3's blade ship and he rams it with his fighter, and it's that action which turns him into a hero among his people and starts his career as the hero of his people.
Wow.
And I don't know how intentional this is, but you can absolutely draw this parallel of like, the series, I mean, it's called The Beginning, right? The series kind of ends at the beginning, right? The end of this Animorph story is the beginning of Elfangor's story, which is their story. And Elfangor did survive that, right? So,
Yeah.
it's a cool little thing that does also make me appreciate it a lot more than I did as a kid.
I like that. I think that it's a there's shades of gray in the ending. I think it is both sad and hopeful. And I think it's just what you have in you, what makes you how you decide which aspect you want to focus on. like, it's like it's in a way it's sad, but in a way it's also like, I don't know. Maybe they're they're together. They're doing their thing. They're Animorphs. Some part of them does like this lifestyle, and maybe that's sad, but maybe it's also maybe it's not sad. I don't know.
And for all the like miserable, dour things that I'm talking about with like genociding the Yeerks as opposed to saving it, and the way that the Taxons are treated, and all the things that like happened that were bad, like Andalites and humans could have Andalites could have genocided us. We could have very well gone to war. We didn't, right? We seem to be, at least for the moment, peacefully coexisting and interacting with each other.
Yeah.
Hork-Bajir could have been genocided. We've brought up points time and time again, like, are humans actually going to accept Hork-Bajir? Like, we're so genocidal and xenophobic, and yet, okay, there are terrorist racists who don't like them, but the U.S. government, we gave them Yellowstone. They have their own society. Maybe we're oppressing and mistreating them, but we don't know that. Like, there is real, Cassie is doing real good in the world. Toby is doing real good in the world. The Andalites and humans, Axe was doing real good in the world as the liaison between the people. Like, there is, as you said, there's good elements, there's bad elements. It's, it is what it is. The world goes on.
The world goes on, baby. Yeah, I mean, overall thoughts, and I'm sure we'll talk a lot more about this next week. But like for the most part, I think this is probably the best ending for this series that I could envision. The overall trajectory of it, I have certain things that maybe I think are gaps that could have been filled in. The cliffhanger aspect is that's like kind of a whole other thing that also I can understand taking issue with, but overall as a book and as like how this story concluded with regards to the plot and characters, I think it's pretty damn good.
I do think this is one of the best books in the series. I think it's really well written. It explores a lot of concepts really well. It's great. I'm still putting book 19 above it, but it is way up there for me.
And listen, I'm fully on board. I know it's not going to happen, but give me I would read 4 different sequel series that you could have made at any point after ending this book. Like, I would read about their lives on Earth just being famous and dealing with that. I would read about them now on this ship just going through space fighting the Kelbrid or whatever. Like, I would read about just what's going on Earth, like what's Chapman and Juan and Terry up to. What are the Andalites? Give me the Andalites getting a Cinnabon built on their homeworld. Like, all of this stuff that's just hinted at and teased and thrown in there as a footnote, like, or an afterthought. I would gladly read full books and series mining this stuff for content. So
I'm pretty sure Juan and Terry are in a polyamorous relationship with Melissa.
What about you're forgetting? There were girls. I forget the girls' names.
Oh shit. Was it Brittany and Allison?
Yes, that was it. Brittany and Allison.
All right.
And I think you're right. It's a strange thing coming to a series many years after it's been out and being like, oh man, it's over. Oh, I wish maybe feeling like now that I finished it, she should write more. Like, coming to this place that everyone else has been at for 20 years. But it is how, as part of me feels that I'm like, oh, now that I'm caught up, like, we could talk about this next week.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, you know what? The TV show is not entirely faithful to the books. I don't know how faithful, but it'll be a slightly different story. So you do kind of get more.
Yeah. We'll get some more adventures, so that I'm sure some subplots. This, I don't know anything to say about this little letter Kay Applegate includes at the end. My main takeaway is that she's a fucking dork.
That is most of my takeaway. Yeah, I feel like a lot of that is maybe stuff that we should cover in the recap, because there's a couple of little like post Animorphs writings by Kay Applegate that kind of, inform ideas on the end of the series that we should either do in like a post series Q&A or maybe next episode. We'll figure it out.
Okay. Well, 4 hours has been secured.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're probably going to go longer than our April Fool's episode.
Well, that is what it is. The references are not short in this book.
Nope. But listen, it's the last ones we're ever going to get.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess we could do. I don't know if they have any on the show. I guess
I'm not doing that. Sounds stupid.
Or Animorphs.
Because then what do you do? Like, there was a McDonald's on screen.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
What are we
Product placement.
Product placement.
Can I tell you that this has permanently warped my brain, because every time I'm reading any book and they mention like a real world restaurant or something, in my head, there's like a little jolt in my brain, like, oh, pop culture reference. Like, I need to make a note of that.
Ding, put a little.
It's permanently altered my brain chemistry. It's fucked up. Okay. Let's do it. Let's get through them.
Let's do it.
Enjoy, folks. Enjoy. You're welcome. You're welcome. Cassie wears manure-stained Walmart jeans. Rachel says, compared to my grizzly morph, a human being is like something made out of glued together popsicle sticks, capital P popsicle. It was like some WWF body slam, only I wasn't faking it. There's a half-morphed leopard crumpled like a Dixie cup. That's pretty vivid.
It's pretty fucked.
Marco says, shouldn't someone be singing God Bless America? I don't know. Talking to the Andalites, says it's as if in the middle of World War II, the Japanese Navy had called up the U.S. Navy. You know I'm including that. Marco waves like one of the idiots, because we references to named wars get
okay. Sure.
Yeah, or armed forces. They're man-made. They're listen. It's your fault. It all started with Boy Scouts. Everything was a slippery slope from Boy Scouts.
Boy Scouts is different.
I don't think it is. Boy Scouts, U.S. Navy, both invented cults.
Okay, I'll agree with that assessment.
Thank you. Also, they're not called the Boy Scouts anymore. They're the Scouts or something. I think or no, maybe just the Girl Scouts. I think maybe one of them changed because they now have girls and boys or something. I don't know.
Okay. Sure.
Anyway. Marco waved like one of the idiots outside the Today Show, and he yells, Howard Stern rules. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Pretty funny. They reference some Washington, D.C., the Washington Monument, the Mall, the Capitol Building, and the Smithsonian Institution. Here we go, Marco. I'd done 7 appearances total on Letterman and Leno, plus several times each on Jon Stewart and Conan. Jon Stewart reference. I mean, it's the Bush era. It's timely. Mm-hmm. The Today Show, Good Morning America, Oprah, been there. Bill O'Reilly called me a genuine American hero.
Listen, man, it's every side of the political spectrum loves him. They all want him for their own.
Like pre 9/11, was Bill O'Reilly maybe not as controversial a figure? Like, was that supposed to be just a neutral reference, or is she trying to be like, that's bad?
I doubt it's neutral reference, but like, I don't know if he was as bad.
I don't know how he was viewed at that point. I mean, I don't know. I know he had like a rivalry with Jon Stewart, so probably yeah. I'd been on CNN so many times that Greta Van Susteren and I were practically roommates. Guest VJ on MTV? Of course. Love that. We brought up the hot starlets fetching sodas and Kit Kat bars. A congressperson suggests carving Jake's face into Mount Rushmore. Okay. It says Jake wouldn't sit there and trade jokes with Dave, referring to Letterman. Marco gets a gig as technical advisor to a Spielberg movie, and he says he loves working with Steven because he's absolutely devoted to accuracy, and I knew he was the man who could be trusted with our story. His book, #1 on the New York Times bestseller list, also #1 on the PW list. I didn't look up what PW is. Do you know what that is?
No clue. Publishers Weekly.
Oh, look at that. Look at you pulling it out of there.
Figured it out.
It was also number 1 on the web. not Amazon, just the web. His show, which he's on, and not an Animorphs show, right? He's just on some other morphing detective show or something.
Yeah, he's just plays some guy, yeah.
He's Manimal, but for real.
He's man. That's right.
I think we brought this up at some early podcast, but the idea that he could just have an extremely lucrative career just being like an actor animal for movies. Like, you would never need to have an animal trainer on set because you could have a human being playing the most realistic animal possible.
Can you imagine how much better Manimal would have been if Marco was the leading man?
But then, like, imagine, and then like all the Animorphs die, and then it's like 100 years later, everyone's like, how come animals look like shit in movies now? They used to look so good. We lost our Animorphs. Okay, tangent. Anyway, that show he's on is going to be on Fox in the old X-Files time slot. Okay, cool. Marco has a 3-year deal with Pepsi, plus smaller deals with Alamo Rent-A-Car and Gap/Old Navy. I don't know why there's a slash. Aren't those two separate? Are they owned by the same company or something? It doesn't matter. Marco owns a Canary Yellow Viper, a red Maserati, and a Desert Camouflage Humvee. Okay, he's got triples of the Viper. The Herkbajir got Yellowstone as a habitat. The Brazilian rainforest protected by Brazilian law and hefty UN payments. Walmart practically begged Cassie on hands and knees to take $1 million to do ads for their jeans. The Andalite tourists come to mall food courts to raid the Cinnabon and Mrs. Fields. Humans had been watching. Now, they say that humans take to aliens, which is kind of another, a Star Trek viewer's view that it's like, turns out humans love aliens and it's all cool. Explained because they had been watching Star Trek and Star Wars and reading Heinlein and Simmons and Orson Scott Card for too many years.
God damn.
Look at that. We've got
a lot of that.
Yeah. We have on the Patreon, we have covered lots of Heinlein and an Orson Scott Card. So I don't know about lots of Heinlein, but 2 Heinleins. But
more Heinlein than you would expect.
So that's kind of cool. Simmons is this guy who wrote a Hyperion. I'm not familiar with that novel, really, so maybe we should read that, though.
Maybe we should. I would reread that. It's been a long time.
You're such a dork. You fucking read all these books, you loser. Humans were relieved the aliens weren't the Borg. It was Microsoft and Sony and Adobe and Nintendo that came up with the killer apps. I mean, the new Palm pilots will be actual pilots. Talking about how the Andalites gave them new technology. I think it's just funny that it's Microsoft and Sony and Adobe and Nintendo. Like, what? Why is Adobe in there? Whatever.
It is kind of funny. Like, they have this stupid old 90s style joke. The new Palm pilots will be actual pilots. Well, yeah, actually, you know what? We got automated drones now, baby.
It's true.
It came true.
In the palm of our hands. We take them out of our pockets. Anyway. NASA has had a revival thanks to the Andalite tourism. The first human zero space vehicle will be built jointly by Boeing and Lockheed. So, maybe don't get
ride
on
that
those. One. Look out, universe, we're coming to build a Starbucks near you. Jake carried Tom and Rachel and those 17,000 yerks around his neck like the ancient mariner and his albatross. A reference to that poem.
The rhyme.
Sure. I don't think it... Does it rhyme? Anyway, West Point...
It does.
Okay. West Point
I
offered...
memorized part of it a long time ago.
The non-nerds are talking right now. West Point offered Jake a gig as an instructor in the tactical application of emerging technologies in xenowarfare. He could have run for president as the candidate of Democrats and Republicans both. That's right. I counted them as well. Kind of a fun, you get both sides there. But now Jake doesn't take to fame, but at least he did keep the free Jaguar. Pretty good. The Jaguar.
He could just turn into one, though. Why'd they even bother giving him
It's a good question. That is a good question. Morph Therapy? I think I feel another best-selling book coming up. Oh, man. Oprah would eat that up. The Andalites want a Krispy Kreme franchise back on the homeworld. Cassie and Marco it's mentioned that they're sipping their Oranginas. Just doesn't matter, but it's just wanted us to know what they're drinking. Marco calls Jake Big Jake. I'm not going to go over that one again. We get a CNN breaking news bulletin, including, once again, Greta Van Susteren. There's LL Bean plaid shirts Cassie's wearing. She's being pestered, as you said, instead of Walmart, by Patagonia. Jake was still some melding of George Washington and Patton and Batman. Got one final Patton reference for all the kids in there. Tobias says, "Hey, Ken and Barbie, knock it off," to this couple. And this is, yes, where Marco says, "I had $9,432,000 in my Merrill Lynch account." Weatherby, can you bring out a Diet Coke? Marco asks Jake, "Did you finally go on Prozac?" Also, this one is very funny. Marco says to Jake and Tobias, "And our part should be played by Clint Eastwood and James Garner and Foghorn Leghorn."
Marco's a funny guy. What can I say?
It really, K.A. writing him again, honestly, was like, he was not this funny without her. She made him sing like no one else could.
Mm-hmm.
Jake would be Sir Galahad, the U.S. Army Ranger and the French 12e Bureau trainee. They referenced GPS, so that was like new at this time. You know?
Yeah, that would have been pretty damn new. Yeah,
so that's kind of good. They have 6 dozen Cinnabons on the Rachel, actually inside of Rachel. Anyway, not franchises, just the actual buns.
Just the bonds, yeah.
They say that, is it Jake? Who do they say? Or maybe, I don't know, somebody, maybe it's Menderash is like that psycho drill sergeant from Full Metal Jacket. Funny.
It is Menderash, yeah.
Marco also brought along some DVDs on the Rachel, but he says there's only so many times you can watch Airplane, especially when you have to explain every joke to a former Andalite. Funny. Marco also uses the ship's computers to play Tomb Raider 5. I will point out that there is no such game as Tomb Raider 5.
Well, it hasn't, in this universe
right.
It came out.
Well, there also was not a Tomb Raider 4. So,
right, but you see, when the Andalites came, it changed they made more media.
Right. Well, there are other Tomb Raiders, but after 3, they stopped using the 1 through 3 naming convention. So, I think
just changed the convention.
I think there were other Tomb Raiders by the time K.A. wrote this that were just called like Tomb Raider blah blah blah. Anyway, doesn't matter. They tell the Yeerks that they're the Enterprise, blah, 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 a peaceful deep space exploration ship from the United Federation of Planets, because they figured no one in this far corner of the universe would have seen Star Trek reruns. It's fitting that the final references are Star Trek. They say, "So you come from the Federation, do you? And where's Captain Picard?" And then Marcos says to Jake, "You've always thought of yourself as more of a Captain Kirk," which Menderash also repeats. Did I get them all?
I think so. I don't have any that you're missing.
Wow.
That sure is a lot. Is that the most?
It's in the running. It's probably in the top 3. I mean, there's a few Marco
how could
books.
It not be in the top 3?
Yeah, there are some of those books do have a lot.
We had to go out on it. I mean, we couldn't just end the series and be like, no references this time.
No.
Wasn't going to happen.
We went out with a bang. And I think that for our listeners and for maybe for ourselves too, for making it through this extra long episode, the longest in our history and the longest we will ever do.
Hopefully nobody is at the end of this questioning why they even bother listening to podcasts anymore.
Right. And hopefully not. Hopefully you took a break or something. Probably took you a month to get through this episode. But I do think I kind of want to give them a little reward for their efforts.
A little reward, you say?
Yeah, reward. If you'll indulge me a couple, just a bit over 2 more minutes of your time.
You know what? We've made it this far. We can indulge a few more minutes.
All right. Well, I think this will be a good note to go out on. Take a listen, dear listeners. to this. Hold on. Oh shit. No, hold on.
You can do it.
I'll cut this out because otherwise we'll go too long.
That's right. You wouldn't want to go too long.
Here you go. And now the end is here. We made it through the final countdown. My friends were sad and weird, but that's okay. We made it out now. I fought a secret war. Aliens came out of the skyway. And though I'm just a kid, I morphed it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, like give or take 17,000. Our fights in ships, caves, and zoos, like something from Ray Harryhausen. I saw our missions through, from Inzi space to my own driveway. And though Tobias is pissed, I morphed it my way. Yes, there were times I hurt my crew. Rachel bit the dust, and my brother too. Made Cassie cry, made Eric pout, even made Axe and Marco doubt. I made those calls, though I was small, and morphed in my way. No auto-tune on that. That's all me, baby. You okay over there? Did you leave?
I'm clapping for you.
The
round of applause for you.
Discord was not giving me the clapping. I only heard silence. Okay, good. That's reassuring.
That was nice. That was very nice.
Well,
damn, can you believe this isn't actually our final episode? That what a note to go out on if it was.
Well, I'll top it somehow. But believe it or not, there is still another couple of minutes of that song, which you can only hear at the Patreon page, patreon.com/theyerkyboys, where we also have a bonus episode every week. If this wasn't enough for you and you want more, we will be discussing the natural follow-up to the conclusion of the Animorphs series, the Eddie Murphy film Dr. Dolittle. So look forward to that. And one more time, if you have any thoughts about any aspect of the Animorphs series, or if you want to get in next week for our big finale of this season at least, you can do so, theyerkyboys@gmail.com. And check out the description to follow us online elsewhere.
Thank you so much for everyone to listen to the... I had to flub the last one. Fuck it.
Let's make it to 420 so we can smoke up, bro.
Hell yeah. Listen, thanks for listening to us. Thanks for listening to us for 4 hours and fucking however many minutes.
What are you going to say from now on?
All of our episodes.
What are you going to say when it's next time on? You don't have any covers. What the fuck are you going to do?
Well, after this, we are going to be doing our end of series retrospective on the Yerky Boys.
Woo!